And we welcome you to a sunny Chattanooga, Tennessee, as the Chattanooga Mocs open up the home portion of their season here inside Frost Stadium. Sunshine 70 degrees and an unseasonably warm February in the scenic city. Chattanooga takes on Radford for the first time. This marks the first ever meeting between these two programs. Mocs come in at 2-3 overall. Radford is 1-0. As the Highlanders won in their season opener against IUPUI in this stadium earlier today, 11 a.m. Radford knocked off IUPUI 6-3. Mocs come in at 2-3 on the year after playing in a tournament down in Clearwater, Florida last weekend, dropping the first three games, including consecutive losses to Liberty and a season-opening loss to Morgan State before the Mocs were able to put together a win, shutting out Morgan State, and then getting a 6-4 victory against FDU on Sunday. They open up here with Peyton Price in the circle. She's 1-2 so far on the season, making her fourth appearance. 18 innings pitched. Allowed 21 hits, 16 runs, 10 of those have been earned. She's walked 9 and struck out 17 in 18 innings of work. Marisa Gagliano, the leadoff hitter for Radford and the Highlanders. Gagliano from Illinois. She steps in with a 1-1 count. Peyton Price, the Mocs freshman from Cookeville, wheels. And it's up high and a bit inside for a ball. Count goes to 2 balls and a strike. UTC with 7 players making their collegiate debuts last weekend, as this one is fouled and out of play. Count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's a bit of a young roster. For the Mocs, there is just 2 seniors on this roster, Katie Richardson and Jesslyn Stockard. Neither of those are in the lineup so far, as this one misses high and outside from Price. And the count to the leadoff hitter for Radford and Marisa Gagliano goes to 3-2. Here comes the 3-2, swung on, slapped back to the mound, deflected off the glove. And Hamill scooped it but couldn't make the throw in time. It went off the glove of Price, and Gagliano was able to quickly scurry down to first. And there's a runner on with nobody out in the opening half of this first inning. The Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. Here on GoMocs.com, they'll rule it an infield single for Gagliano. And out comes Chattanooga's coach and Frank Reed to have a word with the umpire. Frank Reed, and 565 career coaching wins at UTC overall, more than 1,000. 1,041. Of course, had a great deal of success at Chattanooga State before coming over to the UTC program, assisted by Michelle LaCourse, Scotty Kilgore, and Stephen Rogers. Mocs coming off a 30-29 season last year, where they went 7-11 in Southern Conference play. With a runner on first, that brings up Sophia Tapia for Radford. Tapia, a freshman from Cumming, Georgia. She went to South Forsyth High School. Steps in here against Price. Takes the first pitch. High and outside for ball 1. Set up the Chattanooga infield for you. Sturdivant is over at first. Connor at second. Hamill at short. Womack at third. Weisenbach in left field, Coppinger in center field, and Walker in right, as this one is swung on and again fouled back from Tapia. And the count evens up at 1-1. Sunny skies and 70. Certainly feels like softball weather. Good breeze blowing out towards right field. There goes the runner at first, and Gagliano is into second with a stolen base. So that moves the runner into scoring position now for Tapia, the center fielder. And Price wheels and delivers, misses outside. 3 balls and a strike now with nobody out and a runner down at second base. Top half of the first inning. Chattanooga at 2-3. Mocs trying to get to 3-3 and get back to 500 on the season. And Radford trying to stay unbeaten. This one is slapped a slow roller towards third. And fielding it is Womack on to first. And Sturdivant pulled off the bag, and now the runners are on the corners. Gagliano goes down to third. There's Tapia at third. Or Tapia, rather, at first. So runners on the corners and nobody out for Hunter Mundy. Mundy, a freshman from Creedmoor, North Carolina, swings at the first pitch and drives it foul down the right field line. And Price gets ahead in the count with no balls and 1 strike. Outfield will play Mundy straight away with runners on the corners. This one is up high, down to second. Scampers Tapia. And runners are now at second and third. Again, still nobody out. Top half of the first inning. Radford, this tournament is how they began their season. Radford did not have anything early in the year. They took on IUPUI early, as again Price misses, this time up high, and the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. They beat IUPUI today. Mundy was 2 for 3 in that one. And she steps in here with runners in scoring position and nobody out. 2 balls and 1 strike. Price delivers the 2-1, grounded back up the middle, base hit. 1 run is in. Tapia falls down trying to turn third and gets back to the bag in time, and runners are on the corners as Gagliano scores. And an RBI single for Hunter Mundy. And if Tapia doesn't fall down, she probably scores from second, but I think she tripped over third base and took a spill and had to hurry to get back to third in time. Kayla Bishton, the first baseman, steps in. First pitch is in there for strike 1. Still nobody out, runners on the corners, and a run in for the Highlanders of Radford. Bishton 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Swings at this one on the ground. Hamill has it. There's the force out at second. But a run scores as Tapia comes in. Mocs will trade the run for the out as Mundy is eliminated on the fielder's choice. And it's 2-0 Radford now. 1 gone, and a runner down at first is Maggie Rowe, the catcher, will step in. Rowe was 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs. Grounder, Hamill, Fields. Can they get 2? And they do. Hamill to Connor to Sturdivant. And the double play at 6-4-3 eliminates Radford here in the top half of the first inning. We head to the bottom of the first. Your score, Radford 2, the Mocs coming up. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Chris Goforth with you from Frost Stadium, the home of the Chattanooga Mocs. As the Mocs will lead it off with Haley Weisenbach. Weisenbach on the season at 308 now. And an RBI. She will lead things off for the Mocs. She's also walked 5 times on the year. This is the first of 2 today for the Mocs. Weisenbach, a freshman from Moreno Valley, California, steps in. Radford as the first pitch is swung on and lifted right towards short, where Gagliano will field it and put it away for out number 1. And J.J. Hamill steps in. Hamill, the junior from Gordon Lee High School, just across the state line in Chickamauga. Radford starts Tiffany Brown. She's a junior from Christiansburg, Virginia. And Brown wheels. This one is swung on and popped up. Out of play. Brown, a junior, but not listed among those with an at-bat or an inning pitched last year at Radford. As Hamill watches this one in the dirt. For a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's 1 out. Nobody on base. Mocs trail at 2-0. The bottom of the first inning. Radford last year went 35-26 overall. They were 15-14 on the road. This one is swung on, lifted right towards Gagliano again at short. And there's 2 outs. Both of them have been infield flies. So that brings us to Allie Walker. Walker, the freshman from Medina, Tennessee, South Gibson County High School. One of 7 Mocs who made their debuts last weekend. And Walker currently second on the team in hitting with a .357 average. She was 5 for 14 last weekend. Takes this one up high for ball 1. 5 from 14 so far on the year with an RBI. She has struck out 3 times. She bats here with 2 gone and nobody on base. And watches the count go to 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0 from Brown. Upstairs, it's 3-0. The 3-0 downstairs, and there's a walk to Allie Walker. So the Chattanooga has their first base runner now. And the Mocs will try to get something started here with 2 gone in the bottom of the first, and Ashley Connor stepping in. Connor at 286 on the year, couple of RBIs. She has one of the 2 home runs the Mocs have hit so far this season. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. The 1-0 in there for a strike, and the count evens at 1-1. Brown swung on, base hit. Mocs have runners now at first and second as Connor delivers the base hit to left. And that brings up Amanda Beltran. Beltran, who saw some valuable time last year as a freshman behind the plate, a California native out of Orange County. And this sophomore class being counted on heavily to kind of move this team forward, especially in the early going, as so many of these youngsters get accustomed to life at the college level. The 0-1 from Brown. Upstairs, it's 1-1. Mocs with runners at first and second. Now, this all happened with 2 outs. Allie Walker walked. And then Ashley Connor with a single to left. And the Mocs have runners at first and second. Here comes the 1-1. In the dirt, 2 balls and a strike. As Rowe heads out to the circle to visit with Brown for a moment. Radford, in their earlier win today against IUPUI, they won it 6-3. But Abby Morrow pitched all 7 innings in that game, scattering 6 hits and allowed just 3 runs. 2 of those were earned. This one here is into left field. Stepping in is Medlem, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. So the Mocs go down in the bottom half of the first inning. They strand 2, and we head to the top of the second. Radford 2, Chattanooga nothing. This is Chattanooga softball at GoMocs.com. Obviously, you know how to watch UTC home softball games because you're hearing this message, but it's just as easy to follow the Mocs when they're on the road, no matter the platform. ESPN3, SoCon Digital Network, live stats, or another broadcast outlet. Links will always be available on the softball schedule page at GoMocs.com. You can also follow the team on Twitter at GoMocs SB and on Facebook /Chattanooga Softball. Also, check the recap and stats at GoMocs.com following each game. Top of the second inning we go at Frost Stadium. Chris Goforth is the Chattanooga Mocs, and the Hollanders of Radford meet. First time ever these two have met on the diamond. Home opener for the Mocs as part of the Chattanooga Challenge. This softball going on all weekend here at Frost Stadium. So come on out. The Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. Mocs will be in action against Tennessee Tech coming up later. This is the first of two we'll have for you today, as Price delivers in there for strike one to Summer Robinson, who leads things off. Robinson, the right fielder, 1 for 4. And Radford's win against IUPUI earlier today. And this time swung on into right field where it's caught by Walker, and there's one gone. IUPUI, boy, they've had a tough one so far today. They lost to Radford 6-3 and then lost to Kennesaw State in a game that finished up just before we started at 11-1. Kennesaw State and Tennessee Tech playing over on the other field, Field 1, here at Warner Park. As Hannah Medlem, the left fielder, she recorded the putout that ended the last half inning. Looks at strike one. She'll take this one inside for a ball, and the count goes even now at 1-1. Medlem, 1 for 4. This has been the season opening weekend for Radford. They had nothing prior to coming here for this tournament. There's that one swung on and fouled back by Medlem. So Price jumps out front now. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and there's one gone. Radford struck for 2 in the top of the first inning. An infield single, an error, and a base hit drove home 1. Fielder's choice brought home another. Count stays at a ball and 2 strikes. Radford, a member of the Big South Conference. And the 1-2 in the dirt, low and away for 2-2. School's been around for a long time. They opened in 1910, started playing softball about 82 years later in 1992. The 2-2 downstairs, and the count goes full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The Big South program you're probably familiar with because, or a conference rather, you're probably familiar with because of what they've been able to do on the basketball court. Here comes the 3-2, and it's popped foul down the third base line. Womack was coming hard for it, but couldn't catch up. They've got Liberty, Gardner-Webb, Charleston Southern, Campbell, Presbyterian, Longwood, and Winthrop. All softball playing members of the Big South, as again it's fouled out of play. Medlem, the left fielder, out of Bethlehem, Georgia, and this one bounces in front of the plate, and Medlem goes down to first with the walk. So Radford with a runner down at first with 1 out for Brittany Watchford, the designated hitter. Watchford was 1 for 3 and struck out twice in the first game against IUPUI. Peyton Price in the circle for the Mocs. Delivers outside for ball 1. More softball coming up tomorrow. UConn a part of this tournament as well. That may be the one team we haven't mentioned yet is UConn. Mocs play tomorrow at 1:30 and 4 o'clock. Here comes the 1-0, swung on, lifted, center field. Coming in is Coppinger, and Alyssa Coppinger puts it away for out number 2, and Medlem has to hold it first. So there's 2 gone now with a runner on first for the number 9 hitter, and Callie Morgan. Morgan 1 for 3 with a run scored against IUPUI earlier today. UConn and IUPUI tomorrow, and then the Mocs get IUPUI beginning at 1:30. And then the Mocs play Kennesaw State tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Radford, they play over on Field 2 tomorrow against Kennesaw State at 11 o'clock. And then Tennessee Tech starting at 1:30. Price wheels the 0-1. Down low for a ball. Count even. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 gone, and a runner on. And then Sunday, well, it starts early on Sunday, 9 o'clock Sunday morning. There's games going on both fields that day. IUPUI takes on UConn at 9. As the changeup from Price is in there, letter high for the strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. While Kennesaw State and Radford play on Field 1. That is 9 o'clock Sunday morning. And then at 11:30 Sunday morning, it's the Mocs and UConn. As Price delivers, and Beltran had it framed up. She was wanting that called third strike, but it wasn't there, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Callie Morgan, the second baseman, out of Hampton, Virginia. Swung on, tap foul, third base side, and out of play. Peyton Price has been one of 3 pitchers that the Mocs have used this season. Price expected to be the one who logs the most number of innings, a 3.89 ERA coming into play today, and she plunks Morgan on the left arm. So Morgan gets hit by a pitch. She goes to first. Medlum goes over to second. And once more, Radford with runners in scoring position with 2 gone. Runners on first and second. We go back to the top of the lineup, and Marisa Gagliano, the shortstop, who reached on an infield single, stole a base, and scored a run last inning. Radford with a 2-0 lead. And now she steps out. Gagliano wants a minute to think things over. And slaps this one back up the middle, through the hole, rounding third and stuttering, and now coming home will be Hannah Medlum. Medlum stopped for a minute after she had came around third, as Coppinger had it go underneath her glove. Gagliano stops it at first on a single to center. Callie Morgan stops at second. But Hannah Medlum comes around from second base to score, and it's 3-0 Radford. And we're back to Sophia Tapia, the center fielder. She reached on an error and stole a base. And she steps in here with runners on first and second again with still 2 outs. And a 3-0 Radford lead. Here's the 0-1 from Price. Outside for a ball, and it evens up now. 1 ball, 1 strike. And again, the Chattanooga outfield will play Tapia straight away. Walker out in right field, a little shallow. As the count goes in favor of Price now with a ball and 2 strikes. Here goes Price with a 1-2. Slap towards second, fielded by Connor, on to first. And that'll do it for Radford here in the top of the second inning. They drive home 1 more run on 1 hit, and they lead it 3-0. Mocs coming up as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. This is Chattanooga Mocs softball on GoMocs.com. Back at Frost, we go to the Chattanooga half for the second inning. Brooke Womack to lead things off, the third baseman. 1 of 6 so far on the year. And looks at the first pitch downstairs for a ball. Mocs with no runs, 1 hit, and 2 errors. They've committed an error in each of the innings. Coppinger was given an error in center field when the ball went under her glove last inning. Here's a ground ball hit to third where Mundy throws to first. And Womack is retired, and there's 1 gone. That brings up Alyssa Coppinger. 0-1-2 for the Mocs, 3-3-0 for Radford. Both teams have left 2 runners on. Radford stranded 2 in the top half of this inning, and the Mocs left runners on first and second after putting 2 on with 2 out last inning. Here's the wind, and this one's in for a strike to Alyssa Coppinger, the Whitwell native. Sophomore center fielder. Another one of those sophomores the Mocs have as she fouls this one back off the screen, and the count goes now to no balls and 2 strikes. But Coppinger, another one of those that the Mocs are counting on, especially out of this sophomore class, to really come through. And Coppinger kind of worked her way into a starting role last season, starting in left field. Now she's moved over to man center field. Looks at this one up high for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's 1 out. Nobody on base. Mocs trail it 3-0 in their first ever meeting between Chattanooga and Radford. The home opener for the Chattanooga Mocs. It comes as part of the Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. As Tiffany Brown goes into the wind, swing and a miss. We have our first strikeout of the game as Coppinger goes down, and there's 2 outs. And Emma Sturdivant will come up. Sturdivant has been swinging the hot bat for the Mocs. 5 for 8 with 2 RBIs. She steps in here with nobody on base. Her first appearance against Liberty, she lifts this one into left center. That's off the wall, and she's rounded first, headed into second. And the Mocs have a runner in scoring position, and Emma Sturdivant is now 9 for 6 on the season. And once again, Mocs with a runner in scoring position now with 2 outs. Let's see if they can get them home. Amy Lewis will step in. Lewis on the year at .231, 3 hits and 13 at-bats, no RBIs. Lewis, a freshman from Ray County. But Sturdivant has been on a tear. She had a pinch hit against Liberty and was in the starting lineup the rest of the weekend. She played just over 2 games for the Mocs and went 5 for 8 last weekend. Now she's 1 of 1 so far, 1 for 1 so far this weekend with an extra base hit. That's her first double and just the 3rd double the Mocs have hit on the season. Slow roller, tap towards short, and Gagliano fields and deals, and that will do it for Chattanooga here in the bottom of the second inning. We go to the third, and it's Radford 3, Chattanooga nothing. This is Chattanooga softball on GoMocs.com. Lead it off with Hunter Mundy, the third baseman. Mundy singled to center and drove in a run back in the first inning. Radford scored 2 in the first and added 1 in the second, and it's 3-0. The 1-0 from Price. Missed on the outsides, 2 balls and no strikes. Mundy, the freshman from North Carolina, grounds to short. And Hamill throws her out at first, and there's 1 gone. Kayla Bishton steps in. Bishton reached on a fielder's choice. Drove in a run, but was then eliminated. Maggie Rowe ended the scoring in the first inning when she hit into the double play, and Bishton was forced out down at second. Swings and misses here for strike 1. Bishton last year hit .274 with 7 home runs and 32 RBIs. She is the top home run hitter returning for Radford this year as Price skips this one. Across home plate. Count evens up now. 1 ball and 1 strike. And this one's lined into center field. Base hit. Bishton with a base hit, and Radford again with a runner at first, and just 1 out for Maggie Rowe. Now, Price was able to get Rowe to hit into a double play, a 6-4-3 double play last time. See if she can do the same thing here. Radford, coached by Aileen Morales in her second season, 36-26. At Radford, her 4th year as a head coach overall. 87 wins, 77 losses. And a Radford program, part of the Big South, and they've enjoyed some success in the Big South Conference. This one catches the corner. Count even now. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, and 1 runner on, down at first. The 1-1, chopped towards third. There's Womack. The force at second, on to first, in time. Maggie Rose hit into a double play both times. She's been at the plate. The Mocs turn it this time 5-4-3. Bishton gets eliminated, and that will do it for Radford here in the 3rd inning. 3 up, 3 down for Peyton Price and the Mocs. We go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Mocs need some runs. Radford 3-0 on top of Chattanooga. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Radford leads Chattanooga 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning here at Frost Stadium. Sunshine overhead, though, and 70 degrees today. Nice breeze that's blowing. Makes it feel maybe a little chillier than 70 degrees, but still not bad weather to begin the softball season. The home opener for the Mocs, part of the Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. Top of the lineup to lead things off for the Mocs, Weisenbach, Hamill, and Walker. As Haley Weisenbach, the left fielder, she popped to short back in the 1st inning, takes this one for a strike. Weisenbach, a 308 hitter. Had a triple last weekend in the Mocs opening start down in Clearwater, Florida. As this one is fouled back and out of play. It was Clearmont, Florida, not Clearwater. Mocs last weekend started the season as they usually do, heading someplace south, and it's where it's warm. Played Morgan State, Liberty, and FDU. And off to a 2-3 start on the season, trailing Radford here early as Weisenbach wisely watches this one go by for ball two. 2 balls and a strike. Chops it back up the middle, and that finds a home for a base hit. Haley Weisenbach singles to center. And that's a good start for the Mocs. Chattanooga's been outscored through their first 5 games, 25 runs to just 18. So the Mocs really need to get some runs on the board. Radford with a 3-0 lead. And Hamill tries the bunt, and it goes foul. Hamill also popped to short to begin the game. And pops this one high into the air, drifting back as Gagliano calls for it and makes the catch in shallow left field. And there's one gone, and Haley Weisenbach standing at first. Mocs will send up the right fielder, and Allie Walker. Walker walked. In her first plate appearance, looks at this one downstairs for ball 1. A 357 hitter so far through the first 5 games. Off to a good start for Walker, who comes to the Mocs from Medina, Tennessee. Fouls this one out of play. The count evens up now at 1 ball and 1 strike. There's one gone. And Weisenbach, your runner at first. Brown delivers, swing, and a miss by Walker. Big cut by Allie Walker. The outfield plays her straight away at medium depth, and she'll line this one over the head of Gagliano at short. That's going all the way to the wall, rounding third and headed home is Weisenbach, and it's an RBI double for Allie Walker. Weisenbach came all the way around from first to score, and there's that offense for the Mocs we talked about. Mocs are on the board. It's 3-1. They'll call an error. I guess they gave the error on Tapia, the center fielder, who couldn't pull the ball in, but that was a base hit, but they'll call it an error. But a nice piece of hitting by Allie Walker. And here's Connor. Deep left center, gone. Straight away center field and out of here. The home run for Ashley Connor. And the Mocs have come back to tie the game. Connor hits it deep to center field, and we're tied at 3. Weisenbach started things off with a base hit to center field. Hamill then popped to shallow left. Walker doubles home Weisenbach. There was an error charged to the center fielder in Tapia. And Ashley Connor with the 2-run homer, and this game is tied. Connor, that's her second home run of the season. As Amanda Beltran steps in, she flied to left back in the first inning. Swing and a miss. Count evens at 1-1. Well, we talked about the Mocs needing some runs, the offensive woes. They had been outscored 25-18 in 5 games so far. As Beltran gives this one a ride deep but out of play down that left field line. She straightens that out a little bit, and that's bouncing off the scoreboard. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Chattanooga catcher. Mocs had been in need of some runs, and that one hit her. So Beltran reaches after being hit by a pitch, and the Mocs keep the inning alive. Another base runner as Beltran goes to first. And it looks like we'll see a visit to the circle by Radford. Tiffany Brown had come out and was throwing really, really well. She gave up a hit, a walk and a hit in the first inning. Gave up a double, but had a strikeout in inning number 2. The Mocs have yet to go 3 up and 3 down at any point in time in this game. And then this inning, Weisenbach, Walker, Connor, and now Beltran have all reached base, and the Mocs have the 3-0 lead as Brooke Womack, who grounded out to third back in the second inning, will step in here. Runner at first is Beltran. Womack, the right-handed hitter, takes this one outside for ball 1. Tiffany Brown making her first start of the season for Radford, just the second game of the year for the Highlanders. As Womack takes a strike and the count evens at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, left field, going back, and out of here. Mocs lead it. Womack makes it 5-3. A 5-run third inning has put the Mocs out front. Womack, home run number 1 for her, RBIs number 2 and 3. And Chattanooga with the 5-3 lead. Bottom of the third inning, back to Alyssa Coppinger. Coppinger struck out last inning. And now, the second time through the lineup, the Mocs they have figured Tiffany Brown out. Coppinger shows bunt as Brown delivers. Outside, it's ball 1. Outside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Nobody on base. A 5-run third inning has put Chattanooga in front. And 2 home runs. This wasn't a team that hit the long ball much last year. They were more the move the runners over and use the bunt to Try to be strategic to advance runners. As Coppinger steps back in. 2 balls and a strike. Shows bunt and pulls back. Line to first and caught by Bishton. And there's 2 outs. But this wasn't a team last year that hit a lot of home runs. They hit 2 in 1 inning. Connor and Womack both go yard. The Mocs are in front 5-3. Emma Sturdivant, who doubled the last time up and has been swinging the hot bat for the Mocs, steps in here with 2 gone and nobody on base, and Brown skips this one in front of home plate. Sturdivant last weekend went 5 for 8. She's 1 for 1 today, so she is 6 of 9 so far on the season. Looks at this one outside. The count goes now to 2 balls and no strikes. Again, Brown having trouble now finding the strike zone, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Sturdivant. Amy Lewis, the designated hitter, awaits her turn on deck. Brown wheels in there for a strike. Mocs will try to keep this inning alive with 2 gone. 3-1 upstairs, and there's the walk. Sturdivant goes to first with the walk, and that brings up Amy Lewis with 1 on, 2 outs, and 5 in. Mocs have put up 5. 2 home runs this inning, a 2-run shot by Ashley Connor, and a 2-run shot by Brooke Womack. Slow roller fielded by the third baseman Mundy on to first in time, and that will do it for Chattanooga here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, but not before they hang a 5 spot on the board. The Mocs with a 5-3 advantage over Radford as we go to the 4th. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Moc fans, show your support for your softball team and all of the student athletes at UTC by joining the Mocs Club. The Mocs Club is the fundraising arm of the Chattanooga Mocs and is comprised of over 1,200 members. Your gift, no matter the size, is essential to the success of the softball program and helps enhance the student athlete experience at UTC. Help us to continue to grow the championship tradition built by Coach Reed and these student athletes by joining the team behind our teams. For more information, go to mocsclub.com. Chattanooga Mocs have stranded 4 runners in this game, but they've managed to get 5 to cross the plate, and they have the 5-3 advantage. Radford scored 2 in the first. They added a single run in the 2nd inning. Peyton Price got them 3 up, 3 down last inning. And Summer Robinson, who flied to right field back in the 2nd inning, steps in here and lines the first pitch into center field for a base hit. And that brings up Hannah Medlem, the left fielder. She walked and scored back in the 2nd inning. As Price winds, missed it low with a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Mocs around the infield go Sturdivant, Connor, Hamill, and Womack. It's Beltran behind the plate. The outfield from left to right is Weisenbach, Coppinger, and Walker. Price, this one, swung on. Left field, Weisenbach not able to come in and pull it in. It drops right in front of her for the base hit. Robinson stops at second, and runners are on first and second with nobody out. Not the way you wanted to come back out if you're Chattanooga after getting a lead, falling behind early at 3-0, and then you come back, you get the lead at 5-3, and then you allow the first two to score. Michelle, of course, one of the assistant coaches who handles the pitching, out to pretty good pitcher in the Southern Conference at Chattanooga, and Hurday comes out to visit on the mound to Peyton Price as Brittany Radford, the designated hitter, who's 0 for 1 and flied to center, gets some instruction from her coach, and Aileen Morales down the third base side, and now Radford will be ready to step in, and we'll be ready to play. Radford with 3 runs on 6 hits, no errors. Mocs have 5 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors. Price misses outside. 1 ball and a strike. Runners on first and second with nobody out. Radford went 3 up, 3 down in the third. But when they have been able to get runners to second, they've been able to get them home so far. This one in there for a strike, and the count evens up on Radford at 1-1. Radford 1 for 3 in the first game that Radford played earlier today. The 1-1, swing and a miss, 2-1. Off speed pitch, got her off balance. The 1-2. Swung on, popped up, left field. Weisenbach has it, and there's one gone. Runners will hold. And I guess they'll say the runner at second. Well, they've signaled somebody was out. The runner at first, there was nobody covering first, and so Medlem took off from first, got all the way to second. Medlem and Robinson were both standing on second, or near second base anyway. Now Robinson goes to third. Medlem turns around and runs back to first. Frank Reed out to get an explanation. You had the second base umpire signaling out. You had the third base umpire signaling out. So far, there's just one out, though, and that was Radford, who flew out to Weisenbach in left field and started this whole mess. Whatever the explanation that Frank Reed got, he was happy with it because he went back to the dugout. Now the officials have talked to Aileen Morales, the head coach at Radford, and now they will converse. Runners are standing on the corners. And now they've called them both out. And the runner at third, and Robinson has. All right, so you got the put out in left field of Radford, and they're also calling out Robinson down at third for the second out. So that puts 2 outs now, and the runner at Medlem still at first. So there's 2 gone now for Callie Morgan, who was hit by a pitch back in the second inning. Morgan 1 for 3. Takes this one downstairs for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. We'll see if we can't get an explanation at some point for what the call was or where the tag was made, because clearly there was some confusion on everybody's part until the umpires were able to step in and sort it out. The 2-1 to Morgan. Ground ball back to the pitcher, Price, on to first, and that will do it. Radford goes, maybe not quietly, but they do go down in the top of the 4th inning. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 5-3 Chattanooga lead. This is Chattanooga Softball at GoMocs.com. Back at Frost Stadium, the Chattanooga Mocs trying to get back to 500 on the season and even their record at 3-3 in this home opener against the Highlanders of Radford. Mocs with a 5-3 advantage, as Haley Weisenbach will step in to lead it off. Weisenbach 1 for 2 with a run scored in the 3rd inning. Popped to short her first time up. Weisenbach 5 of 15 on the season now. Looks at this one upstairs. Weisenbach watches this one in the dirt. Count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Mocs with 5 runs on 6 hits, 3 errors. And I'm not exactly sure where that 3rd error. It popped up after the last inning was complete, so I'm not sure who they called the error on. Here comes the 2-0, and it hit her. And down to first goes Haley Weisenbach, and we've got a new pitcher that's entered the game for Radford. It's Kayla Huffman. So Kayla Huffman, the 3rd pitcher for Radford this season. They used Abby Morrow in their first game, as this one is fouled, pulled in by the catcher and Rowe, but they'll call it a foul ball. It was bunted foul. Rowe able to grab it and throw to first, but Abby Morrow started the first game today, and then we saw Tiffany Brown start this game. And then Brown gives way after 3 innings. There's a quick throw down to first. Back in time is Weisenbach. So Brown goes 3 innings, gives up 6 hits, 5 runs. 4 of those were earned. There's an errant throw down at second, and sliding in is Weisenbach. And the Mocs have a runner in scoring position with a 5-3 lead, and J.J. Hamill at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. 1 walk. And how many did Brown strike out? Just 1? Just 1. So 3 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 were earned. She walked 1, struck out 1. These all unbelievably unofficial. Count even at 2-2 on J.J. Hamill. Hamill 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Drives this one right field. Going back is Robinson. Robinson watches it go off the wall. And rounding third, headed for home. Mocs score a run, and with a headfirst slide down at third is J.J. Hamill. And the Mocs now lead it 6-3. An RBI triple for J.J. Hamill. Haley Weisenbach scores. And the Mocs have made it a 6-3 lead. 7 hits now for the Mocs. And Allie Walker, the right fielder, who's walked and doubled and scored. She doubled and scored last inning, walked back in the first. She'll try to keep her perfect afternoon of reaching base intact. As she will step in. Kayla Huffman in the circle for Radford. Delivers. And missed outside for ball 1. Mocs are home all weekend, so if you're looking for something to do, of course, big basketball game tomorrow in the arena against ETSU, as this one is in for a strike, and the count evens up now at 1 ball, 1 strike. Mocs will play Tennessee Tech today at 6:30. We'll have that one for you here on GoMocs.com. 2 games tomorrow upstairs. Count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Tomorrow the Mocs get IUPUI, who is still looking for their first win. IUPUI is now 0-7 on the year. A check swing didn't go as Walker. Scoreboard says 2-1, but it's 3-1. There we get the official word. 3 balls and a strike. The 3-1 from Huffman, and there's the walk to Walker. And the Mocs have runners on the corners with nobody out and a run in here in the 4th inning. Mocs play IUPUI tomorrow at 1:30. Then Kennesaw State comes calling at 4. And the Mocs wrap up the Chattanooga Challenge with a showdown against UConn at 11:30 on Sunday morning. Ashley Connor steps in. Connor 2 for 2 with a home run and a single. Couple of RBIs. It was a 2-run blast last inning. Takes the first pitch for strike 1. Outside for a ball, 1-1. Interesting the way this schedule sets up. It's kind of, sort of, like last year's schedule, as the Mocs will host 2 tournaments this year. The first one, of course, the Chattanooga Challenge, this tournament, and the next weekend, it's the annual Frost Classic. As Connor fouls this one back and out of play. FDU Lewis, all on the agenda next weekend for the Mocs. So some good softball to be played, and the weather this weekend is expected to be really nice. Good softball weather. Maybe a little chilly, but 70 degrees our game time temperature as Ashley Connor hangs in with a couple of fouls. 70 degrees today and sunshine to begin things. Weather tomorrow is supposed to be pretty good as well. Only 60 for a high, but then 71 on Sunday. So if you're looking for a way to spend the weekend, there's a slow tapper back to the mound. Huffman throws to second, headed home. There's the tag, and they get her. As Hamill thrown out at the plate and the double play. So Connor grounds out 1-4, and then Hamill thrown out 4-2 for the second out. And Allie Walker, Connor reached on that would be a fielder's choice that got Walker. So Walker is at first, or Connor rather is at first. Walker out on the force out, 1-4. There we go. Connor is at first, and Amanda Beltran will step in. Beltran 0 for 1. She flied to left in the first, was hit by a pitch, and came around to score last inning. Takes a pitch upstairs. Runner is at first, 1 in this inning for the Mocs. They lead it 6-3. Kayla Huffman, the second pitcher of the afternoon, replacing Tiffany Brown, who started the game. The 2-1 from Huffman. Missed on the outside corner. It's 3-1. Swung on, fouled back. Beltran stays alive. There's the walk. Beltran goes to first. Connor goes to second. So with 2 outs, the Mocs have, again, a runner back in scoring position down at second base. They've stranded 4 so far in this game. But here comes Brooke Womack, the third baseman, with a 2-run home run last inning. First pitch taken for a strike as Huffman wastes no time going right at her. And Huffman now picks up the pace a little bit. Tries to nip the corner and misses for ball 1. Count even. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 out, 2 on. Nice diving catch by the first baseman in foul territory. Bishton pulls it in. And that is the 3rd out of the inning. Mocs strand 2 more, but they add another run on the board. 6-3, Chattanooga leads Radford. This is Chattanooga softball at GoMocs.com. Obviously, you know how to watch UTC home softball games because you're hearing this message, but it's just as easy to follow the Mocs when they're on the road, no matter the platform. ESPN3, SoCon Digital Network, live stats, or another broadcast outlet. Links will always be available on the softball schedule page on GoMocs.com. You can also follow the team on Twitter at GoMocsSB and Facebook/Chattanooga Softball. Also, check the recap and stats on GoMocs.com following each game. Peyton Price ready to go to work for the Mocs. A 6-3 advantage. Chattanooga with the lead over Radford. Mocs went 2-3 in the opening weekend of play down in Clearmont, Florida. Try to get back to 3-3 to 500 for the first time on the season. And by the way, this would be win number 3 in a row if the Mocs can pull that off. They dropped their first 3 games of the year. Now they would bounce back and would have won 3 straight. Marisa Gagliano, the second baseman for the Radford Highlanders, slaps this one. Fielded, and a nice grab and a flip by Connor over to first. And Gagliano's retired. That brings up the center fielder and Sophia Tapia. Tapia 0 for 1. She did reach on an error back in the first inning, stole a base and came around to score. Grounded to second in the second inning and looks at the first one for ball 1. Radford from Radford, Virginia. And their roster loaded with players from the state of Virginia, a couple from North Carolina, a couple from Georgia. 2 balls and a strike, the count on Sophia Tapia. Little Midwestern flavor as well. 1 from Indianapolis and 1 from Illinois. 2 from, we'll make that 2 from Indiana, 1 from Illinois. The 2-0 in there for a strike. Count goes to 2-1 on Sophia Tapia. One of those Georgia products, the freshman from Cumming, Georgia. The 2-1 from Price, swung on. Popped up high. Hamill calls for it and makes the catch. There's 2 gone. Two outs. And Hunter Monday will step in. Monday singled to center and drove in a run back in the first inning, grounded to short in the third. Watches the first pitch for ball 1. Price has settled down nicely after a rough start. Puts this one in the dirt for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes now. Mocs will play Monday even with the bag on the corners. The second baseman Connor back on the edge of the grass. The 2-0 for a strike. It's 2-1. Monday, another freshman and a North Carolina native, fouls this one down the first base line and out of play. And the count evens up now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 2 outs. Peyton Price trying to get her second 3-up, 3-down inning. Those have been elusive for either side. Mocs have had base runners in every inning so far. As Price skips this one in front of home plate, and the count goes full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Radford went 3 up and 3 down in the third inning. Scored their 3 runs. They got 2 in the first inning, 1 in the second. Here comes the payoff from Price. Hit off the end of the bat into center field. Great job by Coppinger to pull it in. 3 up, 3 down. Go the Radford Highlanders. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Mocs with a 6-3 lead. This is Chattanooga Mocs softball at GoMocs.com. Alyssa Coppinger makes a great play in center field to end the Radford threat in the top of the fifth. We go to the bottom of the fifth, and guess who? Alyssa Coppinger will lead it off. She's 0 for 2. Struck out in the second, line to first, back in the third inning. First pitch swinging, pops this one up. Center field. Going for it, and off her glove, it's Tapia. She'll field it off the wall. And Alyssa Coppinger rounds second and heads into third with the stand-up triple. And the Mocs have a runner at third and a 6-3 advantage. And here comes Emma Sturdivant, 1 for 1. She's doubled to center and walked. And again, we talked earlier about how hot she had been at the plate. Now 9 for 6 on the season. She has reached base 70% of the time. Once you add in that walk. Watch as this one go outside for a ball, 2 balls, and no strikes. Coppinger, the runner at third, crouched down in a stance. The 1-0 line, back up the middle, base hit. Coppinger scores. Rounding first, headed for second is Sturdivant. Emma Sturdivant with a stand-up double. And the Mocs put another one on the board. Make it now 7-3. And Sturdivant is now 7 out of 10 to start the season. That's an unbelievable start for Emma Sturdivant. Sturdivant from California, the sophomore. And what a start to this season for her. Entered the game back last weekend against Liberty as a pinch hitter. And has not looked back. She's now 7 out of 10. 2 doubles today along with a walk. Mocs with back-to-back extra base hits. And that brings us to the number 9 hitter, and Amy Lewis with nobody out. Sturdivant, your runner at second. Lewis grounded out twice today, once to third, once to short. Huffman in there for a strike on the corner. Kayla Huffman did not start the game. Tiffany Brown was the starting pitcher. She left at the end of 3 innings. And Huffman gave up a run last inning and a run so far this inning as the bunt from Lewis goes foul. Chattanooga with 2 home runs today and a slew of extra base hits. They've had a home run, 2, 3 doubles, and 2 triples, it looks like. They struggled last weekend scoring some runs. Outscored by their opponents entering today, 25-18. Slow roller. Huffman has no play, and everybody's safe. Lewis with the infield single. Sturdivant goes to third. And the Mocs have runners on the corners with nobody out for Haley Weisenbach. A 7-3 Mocs lead. And back to the top of the order we go, and Haley Weisenbach, the left fielder. Weisenbach off to a good start as well. Was hit by a pitch, stole a base, and came around to score back in the 4th inning. In the 3rd inning, she singled and came around to score. Popped to short to lead off the game. Looks at the first pitch outside for ball 1. But Weisenbach, 5 for 14. 1-0. Make it now 1-1. And Rowe with a pump fake down to first to chase Lewis back. The 1-1. Bunted into the air. Pulled out of the air by Mundy. Looks to make a throw down to third, but Sturdivant was back quickly. And there's one gone. A run in this bottom half of the fifth inning. One out. Runners on the corners now for J.J. Hamill. Hamill tripled last inning, drove in a run. Popped to short back in the first inning and flied out to shallow left in the third. Kayla Huffman wheels. Runners go. Down to second at least goes Lewis, and she's in with a stolen base. Mocs have runners now at second and third with a run in and just one out. J.J. Hamill at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike on Hamill. Swung on. Hamill hits it deep, a ton. Center field, gone. J.J. Hamill cranked it to the deepest part of the ballpark. A 3-run shot, and the Mocs have put a 10 spot on the board. (10-3), the Mocs lead it. 4 runs in this fifth inning. And a 3-run homer from J.J. Hamill. She's tripled, she's homered. And the Mocs bats have woken up, and we'll see another pitcher for Radford. This will be their third. As they will go with Mallory Marsick, freshman from Indianapolis. So Kayla Huffman is finished after an inning and a third. And Mallory Marsick will step in into the center circle. Mocs have swinging the hot bat. They have exploded for 10 runs in this one. 4 in this inning. J.J. Hamill with a 3-run homer. That brings up Allie Walker. Walker's walked twice. She doubled to center and scored a run as Marsick skips this one for ball 1. A win by Chattanooga would put the Mocs at 3-3 on the year. Get them back to 500. Outside corner for a strike. Count evens on Walker now at 1-1. And Marsick again misses down low in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. It's Mallory Marsick. And Marsick wheels, swung on and fouled. Marsick, the 4th pitcher that Radford has had to use today. Abby Brown started for them back in, or Abby Morrow rather, started for them back in game 1 in their win over IUPUI. Swing and a miss, and down with a strikeout goes Allie Walker. That's the second out of the inning. So there's 2 gone now. Nobody on base for Ashley Connors. She's homered, singled, and reached on a fielder's choice. Good afternoon for her as well. But Abby Morrow pitched a complete game earlier today. It was Tiffany Brown that started this game. She went 3 innings, gave way to Kayla Huffman, who went an inning and a third. And that was what they expected to be their 3 pitchers of Morrow, Brown, and Huffman. But now we see the freshman at 5'4" from Indianapolis, and Mallory Marshashik. 2 in the dirt to Ashley Connor. The 2-0 missed outside. It's now 3-0. Amanda Beltran waiting on deck. Beltran may be the one person in this lineup that would be due. She hadn't really been in on too much of the hit parade that's been going on today. She was hit by a pitch, as Marshashik gets this one over for a strike to Connor, and it's now 3 balls and 1 strike. But Beltran walked, was hit by a pitch, came around to score on the home run by Womack, and fly to left field. Swing and a miss by Connor, and the count goes even now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's 2 out. Nobody on base. The 3-2. Dropped into right field for a base hit. Connor just stretched the bat right out there and tapped it over everybody's head, just barely clearing the dirt infield, got it into the outfield for the base hit. Beltran will come on now to hit, with Connor down at first and 2 out. And again, as I mentioned earlier, Beltran is due. 0 for 1 today. She has reached base twice, though, hit by pitch and walked. Marshashik misses upstairs for ball 1. 10, 12, and 3, the line for the Mocs today. 10 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors. Radford 3 runs on 6 hits and no errors. Highlanders did their damage early. 2 in the first, 1 in the second. Mocs finally got on the board with a 5 spot in the 3rd inning. And then they have scored every inning since. 1 in the 4th and 4 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And a chance to add to it with a runner at first. And the 2-0 count. Beltran belts it. Right field over is Tapia, the center fielder, to chase it down on the warning track. And that will do it for the Mocs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Not before they put 4 more on the board, and it's 10-3. Mocs with the lead. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Chattanooga leads Radford 10-3 in the Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls here at Jim Frost Stadium. Chris Goforth with you for this home opener for the Mocs. Be with you from majority of the home games this year. There may be, the 2 games tomorrow we won't be with you for. This one is lined over to second and on to first in time, and there's one gone. Kayla Bishton is set down. Nice job by Connor to Sturdivant for the out. Maggie Rowe, the catcher, who's 0 for 2, will step in. But won't be with you for the 2 games tomorrow. That doesn't mean you still can't find those games here on GoMocs.com. Back with you for the single game, though, on Sunday against UConn. And then looking forward to a full weekend of softball next weekend for the Frost Classic, which is always a good time for softball. Frost Classic. And then after next weekend, the Mocs are gone. They are gone on the road the entire month of March. They go to Orlando, Florida, Charleston, South Carolina, then to Clearwater. And then they'll begin conference play with a doubleheader at Mercer at the end of the month before a road trip to Tennessee State on the 29th. As this one is hit into center field, Coppinger to pull it in. And there's 2 gone. But the Mocs, they don't play after next weekend. They are not back at home until April Fool's Day for a doubleheader on the April the 1st. That's a Saturday. Doubleheader against Samford, and then a single game on Sunday against Samford. A midweek game against UAB, that's a Wednesday. And then Western Carolina the following weekend on the 8th and 9th of April. So a long drought. So if you want to come see this softball team, get out here this weekend and next weekend. Here's the 0-1 to Summer Robinson. Count even at 1-1. Robinson, the right fielder, 1 for 2. Single to center, fly to right. Peyton Price puts this one in the dirt for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Price has gone the distance for the Mocs. Struggled a little bit early. She's retired 7 straight and has an even count on Summer Robinson. Price tried to win for the 2nd time this season, even her record at 2-2. Mocs trying to get to 3-3 on the season. As the count goes full now on Robinson, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three-two swung on, fouled into the Chattanooga dugout. And the count stays full. You got to think a good start here, especially in the home portion. Rough to go on the road and drop a couple early. Mocs trying to win now for the 3rd straight time and even up the record at 3 wins and 3 losses. And there's the walk to Robinson. So she's at first with 2 outs. First base runner allowed by Price since back in the 4th inning, and that brings up Hannah Medlum, the left fielder. Medlum 1 for 1. She singled in the 4th inning, walked and scored in the 2nd. Here comes Frank Reed out to the circle. And he may be checking with Price to see how much gas is left in the tank here. She's allowed just 3 hits over the last 4 innings. And has shown pretty good control. That's her. The walk to Robinson was her 2nd walk. She did hit a batter, but that was early. She settled down after that second inning fastball up high for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Robinson, the runner, down at first. Hannah Medlum, the left fielder, single to left in her last at bat. The 1-0 changeup got her looking for a strike. Outside for a ball. 2 balls and a strike now. Mocs really need Price. She's going to have to be the ace, the anchor of this staff. She will get the start. And would expect we'll see her on the mound again tomorrow as Medlum lifts this one right field, shallow right field, pulled in by Sturdivant. And that will do it for Radford. A walk issued to Robinson, but she's stranded. Radford goes quietly in the 6th inning. We head to the bottom half of the 6th now. Mocs with a 10-3 advantage. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Brooke Womack has a 2-run homer to her credit, and she will step in to lead things off for the Mocs in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Womack with a 2-run homer back in a big 3rd inning. Mocs put 5 runs on the board in the 3rd. That gave them the lead after Radford had jumped out to a 3-0 advantage. It's now 10-3. Mocs have scored 10 runs on 12 hits. They have committed 3 errors today. Radford 3, 6, and 0. Mocs have also stranded a base runner in every inning. This one is hit towards 3rd, bobbled by Mundy on to 1st. Can't get her in time, and Brooke Womack beats it out for an infield single. And that brings up Alyssa Coppinger. Coppinger tripled and scored in her last at-bat. Well, they'll call it an error on the 3rd baseman, so take the base hit away from Womack and an error charged to Mundy. And Coppinger steps in, shows bunt, pulls back, tries to lay it down, and it bounces foul. Womack reaches on an error. She's at first. There's nobody out. And Coppinger, who's 1 for 3, struck out, line to first. And then tripled to start last inning. Swinging here and fouling this one back into the netting down the first base side. The 0-2 missed outside for a ball. Quick throw down to first, but Womack is back in time. And it's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 downstairs. Count even now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 1 out. Runner at first. Actually, there's nobody out. Scoreboard shows 1 out, but there's nobody out. Womack is at first. The 2-2. Down low, count goes full to 3-2, and again, Womack quickly back at first. So Coppinger now with a full count. Oh, they'll say it's 3-1. The 3-1. Line towards second. The flip to short. There's 1 on to first in time. There's 2. Morgan to Gagliano to Bishton, and they turn the double play. The 4-6-3 will end it for the Mocs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We head to the top of the 7th. The last stand for Radford. That's coming up. This is Chattanooga Softball at GoMocs.com. Top of the 7th inning. Last opportunity for Radford to put a rally together. Mocs with a 10-3 lead. We'll get a pinch hitter, Mallory Marshashik, who had come in as the pitcher, will now bat in place of the designated hitter in Brittany Ratchford. Has Peyton Price on to close it out for the Mocs. The 1-0 to Marshashik outside. No, on the corner for strike 1. Count goes even now at 1-1. Marshashik did not get in the first game today. Radford's already played 1. This is their second game today. They defeated IUPUI 6-3 earlier today here at Frost Stadium. Price delivers, lined right towards Hamill at short, and there's 1 gone. And it looks like we'll get another substitute. This will be Lauren Madry, a freshman from Virginia. Madry will come in place of Callie Morgan, the second baseman, and she will hit with 1 gone here in the 7th inning. Madry, a left-handed hitter, 5'7" freshman from Suffolk, Virginia. takes the first pitch for a strike. No balls, one strike. There's one gone. Radford led this one 3-0. The Mocs have rallied 10 unanswered for the 10-3 lead. And Peyton Price has been dealing here over the last couple innings. She's ahead in the count now. No balls and 2 strikes to the Radford freshman. Price missed outside with a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Radford has stranded 5 today, including 1 in the last inning. Summer Robinson reached on a walk, and they never could move her past first base. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss. There's a strikeout for out number 2. They've stranded 5, drove in 3, 6 hits, a combined total of 6 errors in this game. 2 on Radford, 4 on the Mocs. Back to the top of the lineup, and Marisa Gagliano comes in. Gagliano 2 for 3, and will ground out. And that is your ball game. First pitch swinging will end it. And the Mocs are now 3-3 on the season. Chattanooga improves back to 500. Peyton Price runs her record to 2-2 on the season as well. We invite you to stay with us. Coming up a little bit later on today, we'll have the Mocs against Tennessee Tech. That is a 6:30 scheduled time for the first pitch. So just about 32 minutes from right now, we'll be back with you for the Mocs and Tennessee Tech here on GoMocs.com. Moc fans, show your support for your softball team and all of the student athletes at UTC by joining the Mocs Club. The Mocs Club is the fundraising arm of the Chattanooga Mocs and is comprised of over 1,200 members. Your gift, no matter the size, is essential to the success of the softball program and helps enhance student-athlete experience at UTC. Help us to continue to grow the championship tradition built by Coach Reed and these student-athletes by joining the team behind our teams today. For more information, visit mocsclub.com. Mocs win it 10-3. Radford with 3 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors. Mocs with 10 runs on 12 hits and 4 errors. And the Mocs win it 10-3. Chattanooga now 3-3 on the year. Radford drops to 1-1 on the season. Mocs will take on Tennessee Tech. That happens in about 30 minutes from right now. We'll see you back here at Frost Stadium. From Frost Stadium, it is game number 2 for the Chattanooga Mocs in this Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. Mocs victorious with a 10-3 win against Radford in game number 1. Now they get set to take on Tennessee Tech as the Golden Eagles come in after being shut out by Kennesaw State 3-0. Jesse Lowry steps in to lead things off for Tennessee Tech. And the Mocs go with Alex Connell, the freshman from Siegel High School up in Middle Tennessee at Murfreesboro, a right-handed freshman. In the circle as the Mocs come in now 3-3. Tennessee Tech still looking for their first win of the season. They are now 0-6. Lowry, the center fielder, to lead it off. Connell in the circles. It's Beltran behind the plate. And the count goes even now at 1-1 strike. Sturdivance at first, Connor at second, Hamill at short, and Womack over at third. Your outfield going from left to right, Weisenbach, Coppinger, and Walker. Mocs struggled early as this one is laid down and picked up by Connell, throws to first. And Lowry's retired, and there's one away. Mocs struggled early in that game against Radford. Radford led it 3-0 before Chattanooga come back with 10 unanswered, including a couple of home runs to pull out the 10-3 win. Gabby Perez, the second baseman from Tennessee Tech, will step in. Tennessee Tech, of course, members of the Ohio Valley Conference. Perez, a senior from Covington, Louisiana. And Tech they tend to spread things around a little bit. They've got about 5 players that have or are from the state of Tennessee, as there's a strike to Perez. And the count evens again at 1-1 strike. 1 out, nobody on base. But they have 5 players. Perez is from Louisiana, Covington, Louisiana. Here's the 1-1 from Connell downstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Lights are on here at Frost Stadium. This is the opening home weekend for the Chattanooga Mocs. Coach Frank Reed and his squad, they went to Clearmont, Florida last weekend, dropped their first 3, won the last 2. Now they come home as this one's fouled back and out of play. For strike 2, count goes 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mocs lost their first 3 last weekend, come back, won the last 2, scoring 8 runs, 6 runs. Now they win the first one today. That gives them a 3-game winning streak, and they scored 10 runs in that one. And with a young pitching staff, scoring runs will be key as Perez looks at this one upstairs for a ball, and the count runs full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and nobody on. Top half of the first inning. Mocs trying to get over 500 for the first time this year, and Tennessee Tech trying to get their first win of the season. Slap towards second. Nice job to knock it down by Connor, but couldn't get there to throw her out. Let's see if they call that a hit or do they call that an error. She did get the glove on it. And no word yet. Oh, they'll call it a hit. There's the infield single. She did a heck of a job by Connor just getting there and able to stop it from rolling into the outfield. So a runner on first following the infield single by Perez. And here comes Hallie Davis, the shortstop. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Strike 1. Davis, the leading hitter through the early part of the season for Tennessee Tech, hitting .286 on the year. The 0-1 swung on, fouled. It's 0-2. Tennessee Tech, coached by Bonnie Graham, 2007 graduate of Tennessee Tech in her 5th season as the head coach. 103 wins, 123 losses, assisted by Tiffany Baker, the former Chattanooga Moc. Well, she was a heck of a player in her day. Here's the 0-2 off-speed pitch up high. And Davis lays off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Baker graduated from UTC in 2011. She's been at Tennessee Tech now for 4 years. fantastic player here for the Mocs, all Southern Conference. The 1-2, off speed, swung on, lined, gets past the left fielder in Weisenbach all the way to the wall, rounding third, heading for home is Perez. No throw, and she's safe. Gabby Perez scores. And Tennessee Tech takes the early 1-0 lead on the double to left field by Haley Davis. Davis hit it and sent Weisenbach, maybe had a hard time. I don't know. The lights are on here at Tennessee Tech, or at Frost Stadium, rather, and it's not necessarily that ball wasn't hit up into the lights, but it looked like Weisenbach might have just misjudged it in the outfield, let it drop in front of her, and then it was able to roll past her. Elisa Richards will step in. Richards at 267 on the year, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. And lays this one down to the first base side, fielded by Connor, who steps on first. And Richards with the sacrifice. For out number 2, and Haley Davis goes over to third. So there's a runner on third with 2 outs now for Gabby LaSala. LaSala, seeing her first action of the season, lines this one foul down the right field line, so everybody will go back to their places. LaSala, a sophomore out of Mason, Ohio. Well, they come from all over at Tennessee Tech. Couple from Tennessee, Illinois, Georgia, North Carolina, Louisiana, Texas, Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana and Georgia. They got them from far and wide. Couple of Chattanooga connections, too. Kayla Hughes, a freshman from the Baylor School, and also Haley Davis is from Charleston, Tennessee, and attended Lee University before transferring up to Tennessee Tech. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 2 outs on Gabby LaSala. Off-speed pitch, swung on and fouled away. Mocs will play her straight away. That strong breeze, we had a real strong breeze blowing out towards right field back in the first game today. That wind has pretty much stopped. And no breeze blowing as the 1-2 swung on, hit towards second, fielded by Connor in the flip to first, and that'll do it for Tennessee Tech here in the top half of the first inning. Not before the Golden Eagles can push across a run. It's 1-0 Tech. As we head to the bottom of the first inning, this is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. For Tennessee Tech, 0-1 on the year, a 2.62 ERA, making her 3rd appearance in her 2nd start. 10 2/3 innings pitched. She has allowed 7 runs, 4 of which have been earned. Walked 3 and struck out 6 in 10 2/3 innings. Haley Weisenbach to lead it off for the Mocs. Takes the first pitch for strike 1. J.J. Hamill on deck. Mocs put up a 10 spot back in game number 1. A little bit of a slow start, similar to this one, as Radford scored 2 in the first. It ended up leading 3-0 before the Mocs rallied and pulled away with a nice 10-3 win. Count evens now, 1 ball and 1 strike. Weisenbach, the leadoff hitter, 1 for 3, singled, scored 2 runs, stole a base, also reached on after being hit by a pitch back in game 1 against Radford. Tennessee Tech at 0-6 on the year, looking for their first win of the season. A 1-1 in there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Chattanooga and Tennessee Tech meeting for the 13th time since 2001. Mocs lead it all time, or lead it at least since 2001, 8-4. That 0-6 record for Tennessee Tech may be a little bit misleading as Weisenbach fouls this one away. Stays alive, though, 1 ball, 2 strikes. They have played some tough competition. They started the season down at Georgia Southern last weekend in the Eagle round robin. They took on Tennessee, who's ranked number 15 in the country. They faced UNCG. Middle Tennessee, here comes the 1-2, swung on and again fouled back as Weisenbach is battling. MTSU and Georgia Southern, so they played some pretty good competition on their way to this 0-6 start. Around the infield, it's Kennedy at first, Perez at second, Davis at short, LaSala at third. Cruz behind the plate, Taylor Waldrop, we told you about her, as Weisenbach pops this one into the air, fielded by LaSala, and there's one gone. The outfield from left to right is Friels, Lowry, and Griffin, as J.J. Hamill will step in. Hamill went 2 for 4 with a triple, a home run, and 4 RBIs. She steps in here with nobody on and 1 out. Takes the first pitch on the outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, or 1 ball, no strikes to J.J. Hamill. Hamill improving that record. She was a 250 hitter, or improving that average, rather. She was a 250 hitter coming into play today. And a good crowd on hand. Tennessee Tech brought a lot of folks here. And with all the local connections with players from the Chattanooga area on the Tennessee Tech roster, and, of course, a handful on the Chattanooga roster as well, we got a good crowd that is turned out. The 3-0 to Hamill. In there for strike 1. Sunshine and 70 degrees to start game 1. It's partly cloudy, 63, as Hamill pops this one into the air. Charging under it is the shortstop, or center fielder in Lowry, and she's got it for out number 1. Make that out number 2 as Allie Walker will now step in. Walker, the right fielder. Walker was 1 for 2. Walked twice, doubled, and struck out. She did score a run back in game 1. Takes the first pitch high for a ball. (1-0) in there for a strike, even now at 1-1. 2 outs and nobody on for the Mocs. Bottom of the first inning. Lights are on as the sun is set. A swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Allie Walker. The 1-2 inside. Count evens now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. And Walker goes down with a strikeout, and the Mocs go quietly in the bottom of the first. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the second. Tennessee Tech with a 1-0 lead. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Top of the second inning at Frost Stadium. It's the Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls as Chattanooga and Tennessee Tech meet for the 13th time since 2001. Alex Connell in the circle for the Mocs. And leading off the inning is Kelly Kennedy of Tennessee Tech, and she looks at the first pitch for ball 1. Kennedy, 1 hit in just 12 at-bats. Went 1 for 2 in the first game today against Kennesaw State. Count even now at 1 ball and 1 strike. We can kind of get you caught up on all of the action today. This is the final game here between the Mocs and Tennessee Tech. Comes the 1-1, swing and a miss, foul tip, picked up by Beltran, throws to first, got her. Kennedy's retired, and there's 1 gone. That brings up the catcher now in Bailey Cruz. Cruz, 1 hit in just 14 at-bats. She has struggled as well to begin this season. It's some tough competition for Tennessee Tech. They're 0-6. Entering today. Get you caught up on kind of how things have gone as this one is fouled back, and strike number 1 on Bailey Cruz. Radford defeated IUPUI. Action started today here in the Chattanooga Challenge at 11 o'clock this morning. It was Radford beating IUPUI 6-3. Kennesaw State came back and beat IUPUI 11-1. And then Kennesaw State defeated Tennessee Tech 3-0. Mocs beat Radford 10-3. And the Mocs and Tennessee Tech, the final game here on day number 1 of the Chattanooga Challenge. Here's the 0-2, popped into the air, giving chase is Womack, and it's out of play. Tennessee Tech with a 1-0 lead. Perez reached on an infield single, and a double and an RBI from Hallie Davis brought her home. And that's how we got to this 1-0 advantage. That was back in the first inning. 1 gone in the top of the second. Here's the 0-2, swung on, lifted, right field. Over and under it is Walker, and there's 2 outs. Coming up tomorrow, there's a full slate on both Field 1 and here at Frost Stadium. Over on Field 1 tomorrow, Radford and Kennesaw State, Radford and Tennessee Tech, and then UConn and Tennessee Tech. And then here at Frost Stadium, action gets underway at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning as UConn faces IUPUI. Here's Sarah Friels, the left fielder. And first pitch swinging, lifted foul and out of play. Friels, a 111 hitter, 1 hit and 9 at bats so far this year. Mocs will play IUPUI at 1:30. You can catch that game here on GoMocs.com, and also the Mocs against Kennesaw State at 4 o'clock. That game's available as well on GoMocs.com. Comes the 0-1 to Friels, down low and in the dirt. Friels went 0 for 2 with a strikeout earlier today. The game that just ended, they played Kennesaw State over on Field 1 and lost 3-0 and had to come over here to play the Mocs to close out action today. Here's the 1-1 up high. It's now 2-1. On the right-handed hitting left fielder, Sarah Friels. Connell into the line. Down low, 3-1. Friels from Dayton and a junior college transfer. Spent 2 years at Roane State before transferring to Tennessee Tech to finish out her career. Quickly digs in. 3 balls and a strike. Connell gets the okay from the umpire. 2 gone. Nobody on base until now. There's a walk issued to Friels. So a runner to first. Hit into the air and caught for out number 3. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It's a 1-0 Tennessee Tech lead against UTC. This is Chattanooga Softball at GoMocs.com. Bottom of the second inning we go. Mocs trail it by a run. It's 1-0 Tennessee Tech. And leading things off for the Mocs is Ashley Connor. Taylor Waldrop in the circle for Tennessee Tech. Delivers first pitch for ball one. Waldrop misses again. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Now, Waldrop has not pitched bad for Tennessee Tech. She's 0-1 on the year. This is her 3rd appearance in the circle. Her 2nd start, the 2-0. Missed it inside. It's now 3-0. But an ERA of 2.62, 4 earned runs, and about 10 2/3 innings of work. The 3-0 caught the corner. That's a strike. Ashley Connor, the Chattanooga second baseman. Part of what was a strong offensive showing for the Mocs back in game 1. Fouls this one away, and the count goes full now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Connor went yard. 3 for 4 afternoon for her, 2 singles, and a 2-run homer in the 3rd inning. She kind of jump-started the Mocs offense with that home run back in the 3rd. And Connor rips this one fair down the 3rd base line. Makes the wide turn at first. She'll hold, and that's a base hit into left field. So Connor continues to hit the ball well. Connor hit 286 last weekend, and she is off to a hot start here in the Chattanooga Challenge. This is the opening weekend at home for the Mocs. They opened the season on the road playing 5 games in Clearmont, Florida. So the game against Radford earlier was their first home game of the year, this being the first home weekend. They'll be back-to-back at home as Amanda Beltran, the catcher, steps in, looks at the first pitch for a ball. But the Mocs are at home next weekend again. That's the Frost Classic, one of the great tournaments in college softball, a long-time tournament here at Frost Stadium. The Frost Classic's been going on for a number of years. Mocs will play 5 games next weekend. Beltran lines this one into right center for a base hit. Rounding second, heading for third is Beltran. Beltran, they'll hold her at third, and into second, or Connor rather, held at third, and Beltran goes into second with a stand-up double. Mocs have runners at second and third with nobody out for Brooke Womack. And Womack with a 2-run homer. She was 1 for 3, but she made that 1 hit count. That was a 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning as well. Of the first game, Mocs won big over Radford 10-3. Trailing Tennessee Tech here 1-0. Bottom of the second, but Chattanooga threatens. Waldrop delivers. Down low, gets away. Here comes Connor from third, sliding in, and we've got a tie game. Connor scores as the pitch gets away from the catcher, Cruz. Going to third is Beltran, so the Mocs have the go-ahead run down at third. And again, Brooke Womack. And I would assume the wild pitch charged as Womack pops this one high into the air. Coming under it to make the catch is Perez, and there's one gone. A wild pitch brings home Ashley Connor. Amanda Beltran stands at third. There's one gone. In a 1-1 game, 1 out for Emma Sturdivant. And boy, is this the person you want up with a runner at third. Sturdivant takes the first pitch in the dirt, and a nice job by the catcher and Bailey Cruz staying with it. But Sturdivant, 2 doubles and a walk. She also hit into a double play. But this is all coming after a weekend where she hit .625, fouls this one back off the netting, and the count evens at 1-1. So if there's anybody that you want swinging a bat for the Mocs right now with a runner in scoring position. It's Emma Sturdivant. Waldrop winds and catches the corner for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mocs coached by Frank Reed. 566 victories now, 346 losses at UTC overall, 1,042 wins for the longtime Mocs coach. Spent a number of years on Amnicola Highway at Chattanooga State in the junior college ranks, kind of built that program up, made it a national power. Here comes the 1-2 from Waldrop. This one is swung on and lifted right field. Getting under it is Griffin. Here comes the throw home, and Beltran comes home to score. So the sac fly from Sturdivant brings home a run. And there's 2 outs for Alyssa Coppinger, the center fielder. And the Mocs take the 2-1 advantage, and Cruz out to visit in the circle with Waldrop. And here comes the infield to join in. Frank Reed, 1,042 victories, 433 losses all time. Last year, the Mocs were 30-29. They finished 7-11 in Southern Conference play. Tennessee Tech last year, they went 23-33 and finished 14-13 in the OVC as Coppinger fouls the first one back at strike 1. Taylor Waldrop last year went 1-2 with a 5.46 ERA. Pitched in 19 games, made 4 starts. The 0-1 up high. Count even at 1-1. Well, they're another team that's road warriors early in the year. We talked about the Mocs being gone for the month of, pretty much the entire month of March. Mocs are on the road. They'll say Coppinger got a piece of that one, foul tipped. Tennessee Tech has yet to play a home game, and they won't play one until March the 25th against Southeast Missouri. Here's the 1-2 in the dirt. Count evens at 2-2. Coppinger at the plate. Sturdivant, the runner at first. Lifted into the air. And coming after it is the right fielder in Griffin, who can't get there. But Tennessee Tech, they were in Statesboro, Georgia last weekend. They'll be in Mobile, Alabama next weekend. Then they go to Stillwater, Oklahoma, and then to Kennesaw State. So they'll see Kennesaw State again. Count even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Coppinger. They'll see Kennesaw State again on March the 10th that weekend. And in Johnson City to face ETSU the following weekend before finally coming home. There's a swing and a miss by Coppinger, and Alyssa Coppinger strikes out. That is out number 2. Sturdivant at first. 2 runs in, 2 outs, and 1 on for Amy Lewis, the designated player. Lewis at .231 on the season. Lays off the first one for ball 1. She was 1 for 3 with a stolen base and a run scored back in the first game. Grounded out twice and then reached on an infield single. Here comes the 1-0. Swing and a miss for strike 1, and it's 1-1. Amy Lewis, the freshman from Spring City, and a Ray County product as well. This one is in there for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 out and a runner at first. Comes the 1-2. Up high, count even at 2-2. Right side of the infield is in. They're in pretty much all the way around, especially on the corners at first and third, playing really tight. Now the count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs on Amy Lewis. Sturdivant, the runner at first. And Tennessee Tech has the infield pulled in. Here's a slap towards the second baseman. Perez on to Kennedy at first, and Lewis is retired, and so are the Mocs. In the second inning, we head to the top of the third. The Mocs have the 2-1 advantage. This is Chattanooga softball on GoMocs.com. Obviously, you know how to watch UTC home softball games because you're hearing this message, but it's just as easy to follow the Mocs when they're on the road, no matter the platform. ESPN3, SoCon Digital Network, live stats, or another broadcast outlet. Links will always be available on the softball schedule page at GoMocs.com. You can also follow the team on Twitter at GoMocsSB and Facebook/Chattanooga Softball. Also, check the recap and stats on GoMocs.com following each game. Top of the third inning, and the top of the lineup for Tennessee Tech, Jessie Lowry, the center fielder. She's 0 for 1. She'll lead it off. Mocs with a 2-run lead. They fell behind early, and then they come back. Scored 2 in the bottom of the second inning to take this 2-1 advantage. First pitch down low for ball 1. Alex Connell, the freshman from Murfreesboro. Connell on the season 1-1, a 4.31 ERA. This her 5th appearance and her 3rd start of the season. Again, misses for ball 2. She'll get a visit to the mound from Amanda Beltran. 13 innings pitched, 10 runs, or 10 hits rather, 8 runs. They've all been earned for her. 5 walks and has struck out 7 through 13 innings. And she, along with Peyton Price that we saw back in game 1, that's 2 freshman pitchers the Mocs will be counting on. It's a whole new pitching staff. They are just 2 of the 7 that began their college careers last weekend for the Mocs. The 2-1 to Lowry. Led her high with a fastball for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 fouled away. Lowry wanted to slap at it. And instead it went foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alex Connell into the wind. Swung on over to third, and she couldn't get it out of her glove. Brooke Womack couldn't get the ball out of her glove. It's stuck there. Let's see if they call it an error or a hit as Lowry goes down to first. That brings up Gabby Perez with nobody out. Perez with an infield single and a run scored. They'll call it an infield single on Lowry. And that is hit number 3 for Tennessee Tech. 2 of those have been infield singles. Only 1 ball's been hit out of the outfield so far. Here's the throw down to second as Lowry is in with a stolen base. Perez with the infield single and a run scored back in the first inning. She'll try to keep that going here in the third. As Tennessee Tech looking for their first win of the season. Mocs trying to get over 500 for the first time this year and improve to 4-3. Here's the 1-0, fouled back. Count even at 1-1. Connell wheels. This one is popped. Second base fielded by Connor. And there's out number 1 as she'll look Lowry. Back over to second. That brings up Hallie Davis now, the shortstop. She doubled, drove in a run. Davis started out at Lee University. She's from Charleston, Tennessee. The sophomore started at Lee University and now plays at Tennessee Tech. Looks at the first pitch downstairs for a ball. Davis doubled and scored. Went 0 for 3 against Kennesaw State. She has been the best hitter for Tennessee Tech so far this year. Here's the throw, wild down to third, into left field, and coming in to score all the way from second is Jessie Lowry. So give Lowry the stolen base to third, and then the error on Beltran brought her home. Each side now with 1 error, 2-3-1 for Tennessee Tech, 2-2-1 for Chattanooga. The bases are empty with 1 out now for Hallie Davis. Davis at 286 on the year. The 1-1 in the dirt for ball 2. Two one is fouled. Count even at 2-2. You see a lot more jackets out here in this game number 2 than we did in game number 1. Weather was perfect for softball this afternoon. Clear skies and sunshine. Temperature in the low 70s. It was 70 at first pitch in game number 1. We're working our way into the lower 60s here to early in game number 2. As Connell misses outside and the count goes full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Nobody on base against the Tennessee Tech sophomore from Charleston and Hallie Davis. The 3-2 popped into the air, out of play. Mocs will shade her. Connor over at second will shade her a little towards the first base side. There is a big hole right up the middle. If she hits it up the middle, it's trouble. And instead, she'll get the free pass and the walk down to first. That brings up Alyssa Richards, the designated player. Sacrifice grounder back in the first to advance a runner over to third. Tennessee Tech stranded a runner in the first and the second inning. And now they've got Davis down at first with one out. Ground ball back to Cano, looks to second, throws to first. And there's two gone. Davis goes to second. And with two out, runner on second, Gabby LaSala. LaSala grounded to second. Lines this one hard, deep, left field, gone. Home run, Gabby LaSala. A two-run shot, and Tennessee Tech has the lead. Well, there wasn't a lot of doubt about that one when it left the bat. It got out of here in a hurry. LaSala's home run makes it now 4-2. Tennessee Tech on top. Golden Eagles at 0-6 on the year, trying to pick up their first win of the season. They've played some tough competition in the early going. Kelly Kennedy, the first baseman who struck out, steps in with two outs, nobody on base against Alex Connell. The wind swung on. This one's lifted. Center field. Back and gone. Back-to-back home runs. Kelly Kennedy. Kennedy with a home run, and it's now 5-2. That brings up Khalid Griffin. And the Mocs will get a visit to the mound as Michelle LaCourse out to have word with Alex Connell. Connell gave up a run in the first. Issued a walk in the second, but stranded a runner. And it looks like we'll see a new pitcher coming in. Alex Connell will take a seat. She went 2 2/3 innings. She gave up 5 hits, 5 runs. They were all earned. She walked 2 and struck out 1. The Mocs will bring in Maddie Adams. Adams on the year, an ERA of 7. This is just her second appearance on the year. Came in, pitched 1 inning, gave up a hit and a run. It was earned. Walked 2. And so she comes in to try to put out the fire here as Tennessee Tech has jumped out to a 5-2 advantage. Mocs trailed by 3 in game 1 today against Radford before they came back and scored 10 unanswered for the 10-3 win. Now they try to get over 500 for the first time this year. Chattanooga had 3-3. They've won 3 straight, trying to make it 4 straight, but Tennessee Tech not cooperating. was the top of the lineup that has done the damage. Lowry led things off with an infield single, a walk to Hallie Davis, and then a 2-run homer. Well, Lowry stole second, stole third, and scored on an error. That tied the game at 2. Davis walks. LaSala hit a 2-run homer, and then a solo shot by the very next batter in Kelly Kennedy. And that's how we get to this 5-2 advantage. Tennessee Tech scored 1 back in the first inning. 4 here in the third. Big cut and a miss by Callan Griffin, the right fielder. She flied to right in her first at-bat. Adams winds, chopper towards third. That's fair, and it's into left field for the base hit. Griffin stops at first, and that brings up the catcher in Bailey Cruz. Cruz walked in her first at-bat. Cruz went to Northwest Whitfield. She's one of a couple of players that Tennessee Tech has that is from the Chattanooga area. Went to Northwest Whitfield High School. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike. The 0-1 in the dirt. Here's the throw down to second in time, and they got her. Beltran to Hamill, and Griffin is thrown out at second for out number 3. And that'll do it for Tennessee Tech here in the third, but not before they can hang 4 on the board and take a 5-2 advantage. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Chris Goforth with you back at Frost Stadium. Bottom of the third inning. Mocs need some runs. They trail it 5-3. Tennessee Tech with the advantage. This the opening day of the Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. Fifth and final game of the day. 4 have been played here at Frost Stadium. 1 over on field 1. Here's a slap down the third base line. LaSala has it on to first. And Haley Weisenbach quickly is retired. Weisenbach now 0 for 2 on the day, and that brings us to J.J. Hamill, the shortstop. Hamill 0 for 1. She flied to center back in the first inning. Waldrop tries the corner and misses for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Taylor Waldrop in the circle from Canton, Georgia, went to Franklin County High School. Here comes the 1-0, swung on, lifted into left field, drifting back, and making the catch is Friels for out number 2. And Allie Walker, the right fielder now, with 2 out and nobody on. Mocs scored 2 runs last inning. Ashley Connor led things off with a single. Amanda Beltran had a double, and Emma Sturdivant, who's been welding the hot bat for the Mocs, with an RBI single to right. 2 outs, nobody on for Allie Walker. First pitch is a strike. The 0-1 in there. Make it 0-2. So with 2 outs, 2 gone quickly here in the third, and Walker in the hole at 0-2. Off-speed pitch. Boy, that was close. Just on the inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Waldrop now seems to have found a rhythm or a pace, however you want to look at it, but certainly seems to be working a little. She's been very deliberate in the early going. Now she seems like she's maybe found a little bit of a rhythm. Here's the 1-2 up high, 2-2. Maybe she needs to slow down. Comes the 2-2 to Walker. Swung on, ground ball. Hit to second. Perez to Kennedy. And the Mocs go quietly here in the bottom half of the third inning. 3 up, 3 down. Tennessee Tech with a 5-2 advantage. We go to the top of the fourth. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Moc fans, show your support for your softball team and all of the student athletes at UTC by joining the Mocs Club. The Mocs Club is the fundraising arm of the Chattanooga Mocs and is comprised of over 1,200 members. Your gift, no matter the size, is essential to the success of the softball program and helps enhance the student athlete experience at UTC. Help us to continue to grow the championship tradition built by Coach Reed and these student athletes by joining the team behind our teams today. For more information, visit mocsclub.com. Back at Frost Stadium, Bailey Cruz, the catcher from Tennessee Tech, she was at the plate when Callan Griffin was thrown out stealing. So Cruz will step back in, the catcher from Northwest Whitfield, to lead things off. She reached on a walk back in the second inning. It's a 5-2 lead for Tennessee Tech. Golden Eagles looking for win number 1 on the season. Mocs down to their second and third pitcher of the day, second in this game, and Maddie Adams. Adams getting just her second appearance of the season. Here comes the 2-0 up high, and it's 3-0. Adams in place of Alex Connell. Connell went 2 2/3. Gave up 5 hits. They were all and 5 runs, all of which was earned. 5-6-1 the line for Tennessee Tech. 2-2-1 for the Mocs. Ground ball hit towards Hamill. On to first, and there's one gone. And Sarah Fields will step in. Fields from Dayton and went to Roane State Community College. Now at Tennessee Tech. It looks like she is. She is the only junior college transfer that Tennessee Tech has. He takes a big cut and misses for strike one. One out and the base is empty. Top half of the fourth inning. The 0-1 up high for ball one. Count even. The 1-1 inside. It's now 2-1. Adams had gotten out ahead with a first pitch strike, and now two straight balls. She finds herself behind in the count. The 2-1. High and outside. It's 3-1, and here comes Beltran to the circle. Three balls, one strike. There's one out. Friel's the left fielder at the plate. Here comes the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Count goes full now, 3-2. They'll say she foul tipped that one. Friel's fly to right back in the second inning. The payoff. In there, got her looking. For strike three, there's two gone. Back to the top of the lineup we go for Tennessee Tech and Jessie Lowry. 1 for 2. Grounded back to the pitcher in the first inning and then reached on an infield single. And came around to score back in the third inning. Lowry went 0 for 3 in the early game today for Tennessee Tech. They play Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State scored 2 in the third and 1 in the sixth and won it 3-0. Tennessee Tech managed just 2 hits in that game. They've got 6 off the Mocs here. Two balls and no strikes on Jessie Lowry. Top of the fourth. It's a 5-2 Tennessee Tech lead. Adams delivers one letter high for a strike. 2-1. Adams was kind of expected to be that number 3 pitcher for the Mocs, but so far so good. She's pitched well. That one's fouled. The count evens at 2-2. Adams, a freshman from Indiana, Hobart, Indiana. She may see some time in the infield before the season is over. The 2-2 swung on, popped up. Left field, charging in is Weisenbach, and that'll do it for Tennessee Tech. Golden Eagles go 3 up, 3 down. Maddie Adams has set down 4 straight. We go to the bottom half of the fourth inning. Mocs needs some runs. Tennessee Tech with a 5-2 lead. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Bottom of the fourth inning we go. It's the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for the Mocs, and Connor, Beltran, and Womack. Ashley Connor will lead things off. She homered back in game 1. She steps in here. Mocs trailing by 3. Breaking pitch in there for a strike on the corner. Connor singled and scored back in the second inning. Taylor Waldrop in the circle for Tennessee Tech. That off-speed pitch. Missed it just a bit inside for ball 1. Count even now. 1 ball, 1 strike. On the Chattanooga second baseman. The 1-1 swung on, lifted, right field. That's a base hit. Connor singles to right. And that brings up Beltran now with a runner down at first. Beltran with a double and scored a run. Back in the second inning. Beltran with an opportunity to try to move Connor over. Connor out of Northwest Whitfield High School. As Beltran fouls this one back. Connor and Bailey Cruz were teammates down at Northwest Whitfield when they were in high school. So a little bit of a class reunion. Bailey Cruz, the catcher at Tennessee Tech. So those two have a little bit of class reunion going on when they're both on the field together. Beltran settles in. Ground ball towards short. This could be trouble. There's 1. And there's 2. They get the double play. The 6-4-3. And quickly there's 2 gone, and that erases the base runner in Ashley Connor. Now the Mocs are down to Brooke Womack, who popped to second back in the second inning. Bases are empty, and there's 2 outs. That is 7 straight. Taylor Waldrop is now set down with that double play. That erased Beltran. Since that RBI single from Emma Sturdivant, she's been lights out, misses up high. Count even now at 1-1 on Brooke Womack. Womack tried to stop her swing and couldn't. Call it a strike. It's 1-2. Mocs will face IUPUI in Kennesaw State tomorrow. They close out the Chattanooga Challenge on Sunday morning, 11:30 against UConn. This one is fouled, and the count stays at 1-2. Fouled back and well out of play. UConn comes in. They won't play until tomorrow morning. They'll play 2 games tomorrow. They'll play at 11 and then again at 4. 11 o'clock here at Frost, and then a 4 o'clock game. As this one is lined into the outfield. Charging in is Lowry. Can't get there in time. There's a base hit to center for Brooke Womack. So the Mocs again have a runner at first. There's 2 outs, and that brings up Emma Sturdivant. Sturdivant has been the hot hitter for the Mocs. Big game earlier today against Radford. Has a single and an RBI for the Mocs. Back in the second inning. Steps in here with Brooke Womack. Down at first. Mocs trailing by 3. Pitch from Waldrop is up high. And that's the... Well, let's see if it's... It'll be the first base hit that Waldrop has given up in a while. Here's the quick throw down the first. Back in time with a head-first slide is Brooke Womack. So if there's ever a time for Emma Sturdivant to work up some of that magic that has let her bust onto the scene. Got 7 hits in her first 10 at-bats to open the season. Here comes the 2-0. Ground ball to short. Throwing on to first. They get her. Sturdivant thrown out. Short to first. And that'll do it for the Mocs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We go to the 5th. Tennessee Tech 5, Chattanooga 2. This is Chattanooga Softball at GoMocs.com. Obviously, you know how to watch UTC home softball games because you're hearing this message, but it's just as easy to follow the Mocs when they're on the road, no matter the platform. ESPN3, SoCon Digital Network, live stats, or another broadcast outlet. Links will always be available on the softball schedule page on GoMocs.com. You can also follow the team on Twitter at GoMocsSB and Facebook/Chattanooga Softball. Also, check the recap and stats on GoMocs.com following each game. Top of the 5th inning as Tennessee Tech with a 5-2 advantage will look to add to it. Gabby Perez will look to lead things off. Maddie Adams in the circle for the Mocs. She came in relief of Alex Connell, who started. Connell went 2 2/3. Since Adams has come in now, she has retired 4 straight. And the 0-1 up high, count even now at 1-1 on Gabby Perez. Perez 1 for 2, reached on an infield single and scored in the first inning. And popped to the second baseman back in the third. Bats here in the top of the 5th with nobody out and nobody on. And again, Adams misses high, and the count goes now to 2 balls and a strike. Sturdivant, Connor, Hamill, and Womack around the infield. Weisenbach, Coppinger, and Walker in the outfield. It's Amanda Beltran behind the plate. Maddie Adams in the circle. The 2-1. Bunted, and it will stay fair right down the line. Brooke Womack watched it right down the line. She gambled it would go foul. It didn't, and Gabby Perez is down at first. Tech with a base runner. With nobody out, and Hallie Davis, the shortstop, who's 1 for 1. Double drove in a run. She's also walked and scored. And that's the second hit that's been given up by Maddie Adams. Here comes the 0-1 to Davis. Runner goes, throw down to second. She's in. So now the runner is in scoring position for Davis with nobody out. Perez reached on an infield single. Wild pitch on her way to third is Gabby Perez. So another run and a chance to make it a 4-run advantage. And they called her out. So Perez is called out, so there's one out. And Davis at the plate. Nobody on base now. The count goes to 3 balls and a strike on Hallie Davis. Swung on and lined into left field. That's a base hit. That would have scored a run had Davis not been called out down at third. Instead, or had Perez, rather, not been called out down at third. Instead, Davis stops at first with a base hit to left, and that brings up Elisa Richards, designated players. She had a sacrifice in the first inning and then grounded back to the pitcher in the third. Let's see if she tries to move Davis over with one out. Gabby LaSala, who homered in her last at-bat, had the 2-run shot, is on deck. Here comes the 1-0 from Adams. Missed it. It's 2-0. Looks like Davis down at first thought about going and then quickly trotted back. Beltran had the trigger pulled back and was ready to fire to second. The 2-0 swung on, popped up high into the air. Under it, calling for it and making the catch is Connor, and there's 2 gone. And Hallie Davis quickly gets back to first base now. So there's 2 out, still a runner at first. And here comes Gabby LaSala. Last time she was in this situation, there was 2 outs and a runner at first. She hit a 2-run homer that brought home Davis. Let's hope we don't have that happen again. Adams goes into her wind. Gets it on the outside corner for strike 1. LaSala with a 2-run homer and grounded to short back in the first. That 2-run homer came in the third when Tennessee Tech put 4 runs on the board to take the 5-2 advantage and chase Alex Connell, who started this game for UTC. They chased her out. This one is fouled, and it's now 0-2 on Gabby LaSala. LaSala went 0 for 2 earlier against Kennesaw State. Here comes the 0-2 off-speed pitch up high, gets away from Beltran. On her way to second, she'll stop. Now here's the throw down to second. Back in time with the head first slide is Davis. So Davis takes second on the wild pitch. And again, Tennessee Tech with a runner in scoring position with 2 outs for Gabby LaSala. The 1-2. Ooh, the Moc fans wanted that one for a called strike, but instead Call it a ball. Davis ready to run at second with 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch from Adams. Now she'll step off the rubber as LaSala steps out of the batter's box. Little cat and mouse with these two as Adams now quickly goes into the wind. Delivers up high. It's 3-2. Count goes full. Here comes the payoff. Swung on, hit left field, going back at the wall, gone. Gabby LaSala does it again. There's a 2-run homer. She's hit 2 home runs, give her 4 RBIs on the day. And it's 7-2 the lead for Tennessee Tech now as Kelly Kennedy, the first baseman, steps in. Kennedy, a 6'2 senior from Plainfield, Illinois, came to Tennessee Tech by way of the University of Illinois at Chicago. 2 home runs today for Gabby LaSala. And Tennessee Tech attempting to get win number 1 on the year. They lead Chattanooga by 5. Mocs trying to get over 500 for the first time this year. First pitch in there on the corner for strike 1. And Maddie Adams, who had pitched so well in relief of Alex Connell, she had set down 4 straight, make it, 5 straight before the single to Davis. And Davis comes around to score. But 2 home runs for Gabby LaSala. They've both been 2-run homers. Last time Kelly Kennedy came to the plate, she had a solo home run. Adams 0-2. Up high for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kennedy also struck out back in the second inning. That was the lone strikeout that Alex Connell recorded. The 1-2 up high, and the count evens at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases are empty. Adams into the wind, up high. Beltran had to come way up out of her crouch to be able to pull that one in. The count goes full now, 3-2. The 3-2 lifted left center, and neither one can come up with it. It drops between Coppinger and Weisenbach, and Kennedy will hold up at second base with a double to center. And that brings up Callan Griffin. Griffin's 1 for 2. Single to left, fly to right. First pitch swinging, fouled back. Big cut and a miss for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes on Griffin, Tennessee Tech right fielder. The 0-2 up high for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner over at second is Kelly Kennedy. She doubled. It's a 7-2 Tennessee Tech lead. They scored 4. Well, they scored 1 in the first, 4 in the third, and 2 this inning. And this one is lifted foul from Griffin, well out of play. Gabby LaSala has hit 2 home runs. Both of them have been 2-run shots. Tech with a 5-run lead. Maddie Adams in the circle for the Mocs. The 1-2. High, and the count even at 2-2. Bailey Cruz is on deck. She is 0 for 1 today, but does have a walk. The 2-2 popped up. Shallow center. Coppinger's there and puts it away for out number 3. Tennessee Tech finally retired in the top of the 5th. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Mocs trail it by 5. It's 7-2. This is Chattanooga softball on GoMocs.com. Bottom half of the 5th inning, Mocs trail at 7-2, and they need some runs and need them in a hurry here. Alyssa Coppinger to lead things off. Taylor Waldrop still in the circle, and Waldrop set the Mocs down in order in the first and then ran into some bumps in the second. And since that time, she has handled the Mocs pretty well. Mocs were able to get 2 runners on base. Last inning, they ended up stranding 1, a double play, erased Ashley Connor, but Brooke Womack was stranded. Mocs left a runner on in the 2nd inning, and that has been it. They pushed 2 across in the 2nd to take a 2-1 advantage, and then since that time, Tennessee Tech has scored 6 straight for a 7-2 lead here. No balls and 2 strikes, the count on Alyssa Coppinger. Kennedy, Perez, Davis, and LaSala around the infield. Cruz behind the plate. Waldrop in the circle. Outfield for Tennessee Tech from left to right. Friels, Lowry, and Griffin. Here comes the 0-2. Missed it up high. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's nobody out. And Alyssa Coppinger stepping in. Bottom of the 5th inning. Line to the shortstop. She dropped it. Davis can't find the handle on it, and Coppinger beats it out for the base hit. Let's see if they give her the hit. I would imagine this will be an E6. They'll call it an error on Davis. And Amy Lewis, the designated player, will step in. Lewis just one at-bat so far today. She grounded to second. First time up. Let's see if they elect to maybe try to have her sacrifice. That's what Tennessee Tech thinks, is Lewis will slap this one, and it will drop in for a base hit. Nice job charging in by Friels. They were already playing shallow, but what a placement by Amy Lewis. That truly was hitting them where they ain't. As she hit it just enough to slap it over the head of LaSalle there at third, and it dropped in just in front of LaSalle, who tried to make the sliding catch. And the Mocs now have runners at first and second with nobody out. Back to the top of the lineup, and Haley Weisenbach in a first pitch strike. Weisenbach 0 for 2. Mocs trail by 5, but try to get a rally going here in the fifth with runners on first and second. And a nice piece of hitting by Amy Lewis. Fouled back, it's 0-2 on Weisenbach. The top of the lineup today for the Mocs, a combined 0 of 6 against Tennessee Tech. Weisenbach, Hamill, and Walker. Not only have they not been able to get a hit, nobody's reached base. And Hamill is the only one out of that trio that's been able to hit the ball out of the infield so far. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 to Weisenbach. Swung on and fouled. She stays alive, and that foul got a piece of the catcher and Bailey Cruz. And Cruz will have to walk that one off. I believe it got her right throwing hand. And they'll give her a moment to recuperate. She says she's fine, and Haley Weisenbach will step back in. Weisenbach 0 for 2. Popped to third and grounded to third. The left-hander. The 1-2 up high. Weisenbach, a left-handed hitter, but throws right-handed. The 2-2 with 2 on. Down low for a ball, and the count goes full. Here we go. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's nobody out. Runners at first and second. Coppinger down at second. Lewis at first. Here comes the payoff. Over the head of the catcher, and the bases are loaded with Mocs. And finally, the top half of the lineup is able to get somebody on base. Weisenbach draws the walk. That loads the bases now for J.J. Hamill. And that will bring out the coaches from Tennessee Tech for a visit. Bonnie Graham, the head coach, in her 5th season at Tennessee Tech. We mentioned it earlier, Tiffany Baker, who's a fantastic player here at Chattanooga, is a part of her staff. Doesn't look like we'll see any switch in the circle. Taylor Waldrop has gone the whole way. Allowed just 2 runs and just 4 hits before the single by Lewis. Mocs have the bases loaded. Coppinger reached on an error. Lewis singled, and Weisenbach walked. A 7-2 Tennessee Tech lead. Bases loaded with Mocs. As the first one to Hamill is in there for a strike. Allie Walker on deck. She's 0 for 2 as well. Hamill is flied to center, flied to left, grounds back to the pitcher. There's one. On to first. Not in time. Bases remain loaded, but they get the force out of Coppinger. Down at second for out number 1. Lewis goes to third. Weisenbach moves up to second, and Hamill is at first on the fielder's choice. Allie Walker, the right fielder, she's 0 for 2. Struck out and grounded out. Pops the first pitch up and off the screen on that third base side and out of play. And again, Waldrop able to operate from ahead in the count. She wasn't able to do that early in this inning against Coppinger and Lewis and Weisenbach, but she's done it now against Hamill. Get that first pitch for a called strike, and then gets Walker to swing and foul the first pitch back for a strike. Now the count's even at 1-1. Bases loaded. Count goes to 2-1. Ashley Connor awaiting on deck. Connor now 2 for 2 today with 2 singles. Here comes the 2-1. Missed it. It's 3-1. The 3-1. Swung on line. Base hit back up the middle. Scoring from third is Lewis. Here comes Weisenbach sliding in, and the Mocs put 2 more on the board. And a nice hit back up the middle by Allie Walker. That scores 2. The Mocs have runners at first and second with just 1 out. Walker with 2 RBIs. And that makes it 7-4, and now we'll get the pitching change. As Tennessee Tech will bring in Leah Ellen Thomas. Thomas making just her 3rd appearance of the year. She is 0-2 on the season with an ERA of 11. She's pitched 7 innings, given up 11 hits, 11 runs. They were all earned. She walked 1, struck out 4. She's allowed 6 extra base hits. And she's also hit 3 batters, all in 7 innings of work. And she checks in now, replacing Taylor Waldrop. So Waldrop goes 4 1/3 and gives up 6 hits, 4 runs. They are all earned. How many did she walk? 1 walk. Struck out 2. Yeah, struck out 2. So 4 1/3 innings for Taylor Waldrop, 6 hits, 4 runs, all earned, a walk and 2 strikeouts. Now they bring in Leah Ellen Thomas to try to put out the fire. Tech scored back in the top of the first to take a 1-0 lead. Mocs would come back bottom of the second to make it 2-1. Top of the third, Tennessee Tech scored 4 to make it 5-2. They added 2 more in the top of this 5th inning to make it 7-2. And now Mocs trying to put a rally together. They've scored 2 here so far with 1 out. And runners on first and second for Ashley Connor. Connor 2 for 2 today with a run scored. Hamill the runner at second, Walker down at first. Thomas gets this one across for a strike. The count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Infield back at normal depth. Now they come creeping in. Nice job by the catcher and Bailey Cruz to block it and keep the ball in front of her. It was in the dirt She took it off the chest protector and kept it in front of her. He kept those runners at bay at first and second. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's 1 out, 2 on. The 2-1 swung on and fouled back and out of play. Count evens up now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And there's 1 out. Mocs trail by 3. Need 3 to tie and 4 to get the lead. Swung on, foul by Connor down the third base line. Three balls, 2 strikes. Swung on, grounded towards third. They get 1 on the force out at second, and runners are on the corner. So Walker forced out at second. That's out number 2. On the put out at second, Connor goes to first on the fielder's choice, and Hamill moves up to third. So runners on the corners now with 2 outs. For Amanda Beltran. Beltran doubled and scored, and then hit into a double play. She doubled in the second and grounded into the double play in the fourth. And Beltran looks at the first pitch outside for ball 1. The 1-0 swung on, fouled back. Count even now at 1-1. Beltran doubled. Got Connor to third back in the second. Connor scored on a wild pitch, and Sturdivant drove home Beltran. A little bit of that would be nice here for the Mocs, as this one is hit down the line and foul. Boy, that nearly got in before it hit out of bounds. Nearly took that umpire down at third base. He about lost a foot. Beltran will step out as Leah Ellen Thomas gets wants to check out the new softball. The 1-2 to Beltran. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. Line towards third. Picks it up, throws to first in time. LaSala with a great play down at third. And Beltran is retired. That's the final out of the inning. Not before the Mocs can put 2 more on the board and make it 7-4. Tennessee Tech still with the lead. Mocs trying to close the gap as we head to the top of the 6th. This is Chattanooga Mocs softball at GoMocs.com. Moc fans, show your support for your softball team and all of the student athletes at UTC by joining the Mocs Club. The Mocs Club is the fundraising arm of the Chattanooga Mocs and is comprised of over 1,200 members. Your gift, no matter the size, is essential to the success of the softball program and helps enhance the student athlete experience at UTC. Help us to continue to grow the championship tradition built by Coach Reed and these student athletes by joining the team behind our teams today. For more information, visit mocsclub.com. It's day number 1 of the Chattanooga Challenge here at Frost Stadium. Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. UTC and Tennessee Tech in the final game here on this Friday of the Chattanooga Challenge. Bailey Cruz, the catcher for Tennessee Tech, steps in. She's 0 for 1, does have a walk, though, grounded short. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Maddie Adams in the circle for the Mocs. Alex Connell started. Here's a high chopper. Hamill has it. On to first. Sturdivant gloves it. And Cruz is quickly retired. So with one out, that brings up Sarah Friels. Friels, the left fielder, struck out looking and flied to right. She's 0 for 2. IUPUI, Radford, Kennesaw State, Tennessee Tech, Chattanooga, and UConn in this field. The Chattanooga Challenge. Comes the 0-1. In there for a strike. The count goes to 0-2. So Maddie Adams working quickly, gets Bailey Cruz to ground out, and then quickly jumps ahead on Sarah Friels. No balls and 2 strikes. Adams delivers up high, and this one is fouled back. Let's see if it can stay in play, and it won't. It goes off the roof. Chattanooga and Tennessee Tech, the nightcap today. Tennessee Tech playing for the second time today. Chattanooga played 2 games. IUPUI played 2. Radford played 2. Kennesaw State played 2. UConn comes in tomorrow. They'll play 2 tomorrow and then 2 on Sunday. Here's the 0-2 in the dirt. It's 1-2. Action begins tomorrow, both here at Frost Stadium and at Field 1. Play gets underway at 11 o'clock tomorrow. So, again, if you don't have plans, if you're looking for something to do, weather should be great. Come on out and watch some softball. Big swing and a miss, and down goes Friels. And quickly, there's 2 gone in the top of the 6th inning. Maddie Adams has pitched well. You take away last inning when things kind of got a little shaky for her. She gave up 3 hits last inning and 2 runs, including the 2-run homer from Gabby LaSala. But outside of that, she has pitched exceptionally well. 7-10-2 the line for Tennessee Tech. 7 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors. The Mocs are at 4-6-1. 4 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. Jessie Lowry, the center fielder, to step in. Lowry takes the first 2. 2 balls, no strikes. She's 1 for 3. Lowry with a infield single, stole 2 bases, and scored on an error. Since that time, she's grounded back to the pitcher and flied to left. She's the leadoff hitter for Tennessee Tech. So with 2 outs, we go back to the top of the lineup. Here comes the 2-1. Lowry will hold off, and it's 3-1. Tennessee Tech has had a base runner in every inning except the 4th, and Adams set them down 3 up and 3 down that inning. 2 gone here, nobody on. The 3-1 bunted foul. And the count goes full now, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Tennessee Tech has stranded 3 through 5 innings so far. Nobody on base with 2 outs. And the payoff pitch up high, and there's the walk to Jessie Lowry. And that brings up Gabby Perez. Perez 2 for 3, 2 infield singles, and scored a run back in the first. She hits here with a runner and Jessie Lowry down at first and 2 outs. Adams into the wind. Ground ball, base hit. Heading for third, and they are going to have her dead to rights. That was a total miscommunication on the sign there. As Jessie Lowry didn't get the stop sign at second, she ran right through it and is thrown out on her way to third base. So a base hit to left, and Lowry thrown out down at third. And we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Mocs trail it by 3. 7-4, Tennessee Tech on top. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Chattanooga Mocs softball here on GoMocs.com. Chris Goforth with you this Friday evening. The home opener today for the Chattanooga Mocs. They defeated Radford 10-3 in a game that started earlier today at about 4 o'clock, and now they cap off the first day of the Chattanooga Challenge inside Frost Stadium against Tennessee Tech. Brooke Womack to lead things off. Womack 1 for 2. She singled back in the 4th inning. Popped to the second baseman in the second. She will lead things off for the Mocs. Chattanooga trailing by 3. 4 runs, 6 hits, and an error for the Mocs. They scored 2 in the second and 2 in the 5th. Leah Ellen Thomas in relief of Taylor Waldrop. Waldrop went 4 1/3 to start the game. And Thomas recorded the final 2 outs. Swing and a miss, and a foul tip, rather, for Brooke Womack, so she stays alive. No balls, 2 strikes to Womack. The 0-2 up high for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mocs were able to get the first 3 runners on. They had the bases loaded last inning and able to push across 2 runs. Able to get the first 2 on. This one's tapped foul. Womack will come back and try again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This one hits soundly into the gap, down for the base hit. Stopping at first is Brooke Womack with a single into right center. Womack now 2 for 3 on the day, and again the Mocs have the leadoff hitter on to start the inning, and here comes Emma Sturdivant. 1 for 2 today with an RBI. Sturdivant with 7 hits in her first 10 at-bats to start this season. And she was certainly the hot bat last weekend for the Mocs and has come into this series today hitting the ball well. Fouls the first one back for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Runner down at first is Brooke Womack. Sturdivant went 2 for 3 in game one, had 2 doubles, scored a run, and drove in one. Double here would be nice. Count goes even at 1-1. The 1-1 swung on, tap foul down the third base line. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Brooke Womack will head back to first. The 1-2 down low. Ball gets away from the catcher. Headed to second is Womack. And Womack goes into second standing up on the wild pitch. And the count evens now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's nobody out. And Brooke Womack, the runner, down at second. Sturdivant at the plate. Hits this one off the end of the bat, foul down the first base line. The 2-2 down low. It's 3-2. Count's full now. Runner at second. Sturdivant, the hitter. Infield is back. Outfield will play her straight away. Ground ball hit towards third. On to first, there's one. There's the throw back into third, and she's safe. So Womack advances over to third. Sturdivant down. 5-3 on the putout. That brings up Alyssa Coppinger. Coppinger, the center fielder, 0 for 1, reached on an error last inning. She kind of started the rally for the Mocs last inning. Reached on an error, ended up getting thrown out at home plate. Swings this one, pops it up. Right field, over to make the grab is Griffin. Tagging and scoring on the sacrifice is Brooke Womack. So give the sacrifice to Coppinger. There's 2 outs. And the RBI brings home the run. And it's now 7-5. Mocs trailing by 2, and it looks like we may get a change here. Amy Lewis, the designated player, was due up, but it looks like we may get a change. And let's see what the Mocs and Coach Frank Reed elect to do. The Mocs will go with Haley Williamson. And Williamson, first pitch swinging right towards the shortstop, on to first for the third and final out of the inning. Mocs pull just a little bit closer. Go to the top half of the 7th inning. Mocs will have one more shot at it, but got to hold Tennessee Tech off as we head to the top of the 7th. 7-5, Tennessee Tech with the lead. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Obviously, you know how to watch UTC home softball games because you're hearing this message, but it's just as easy to follow the Mocs when they're on the road, no matter the platform. ESPN3, SoCon Digital Network, live stats, or another broadcast outlet links will always be available on the softball schedule page on GoMocs.com. You can also follow the team on Twitter at GoMocsSB and Facebook/Chattanooga Softball. Also, check the recap and stats on GoMocs.com following each game. Top of the seventh inning we go. Mocs need to get a stop here, get the ball back for the offense. Cannot allow Tennessee Tech to score anymore. It's 7-5. Tech with the lead. And it's the number 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up. Haley Davis has been terrorizing the Mocs today. She's 2 for 2 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. And takes the first pitch from Maddie Adams for a strike. Davis doubled back in the first inning and drove home Gabby Perez. She walked in the third and scored, singled in the fifth and scored. She bats here in the seventh, leading off the inning, and looks at the second pitch outside for ball one. Count goes even now, 1 ball, 1 strike. Chattanooga trying to get over the 500 mark for the first time this season and win their 4th straight. Tennessee Tech trying to win for the first time this season. Golden Eagles are 0-6. Chopped towards third. Womack has it on to first in time, and there's 1 gone. So Davis goes quietly, and that brings the designated hitter, Alyssa Richardson. Richardson 0 for 2. She does have a sacrifice back in the second. Or check that, back in the first inning. Grounded to first, popped to second. She bats here with 1 gone and nobody on base. Grounds the first pitch foul for strike 1. On deck is Gabby LaSala, her last 2 at-bats. She's hit it out of the park both times. Both times it's been 2-run homers. The 0-1 in the dirt, count even now at 1-1. Alyssa Richards from Italy, Texas. Went to Italy High School, the senior at Tennessee Tech. The 1-1 swung on, ground ball, hit towards short. Hamill has it. On to first, 2 gone. And that brings up Gabby LaSala. Got to be careful what you throw her. She's hit 2 home runs. A 2-run blast in the third, a 2-run blast in the fifth. She comes up here with nobody on base and 2 outs. Adams delivers. Up and away for ball 1. This one is fouled back and off the netting. Count even at 1-1. Missed again. It's 2-1. LaSala. Really dangerous. The sophomore, the Ohio native from Mason, Ohio. Here comes the 2-1. Hit sharply right back at Adams, who gloves it for the final out. And Adams a little surprised to find that one back in her glove. That was hit hard and right back at the pitcher. And Maddie Adams has done her job in the circle for the Mocs. It's a 2-run lead for Tennessee Tech. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Final 3 outs coming up for the Mocs next. This is Chattanooga Softball on GoMocs.com. Bottom of the 7th inning we go. The Mocs trail by 2. Haley Weisenbach to lead it off. So it's the top of the order due up for the Mocs. And Weisenbach hits the first pitch foul. And out of play. Tennessee Tech gave chase but couldn't come away with it. So no balls and a strike on the Chattanooga leadoff hitter. Weisenbach 0 for 2. Did reach back in the 5th inning on a walk and came around to score a run. The top of the lineup has struggled today for the Mocs. Allie Walker with a 2-run single in that 5th inning that scored Weisenbach and Amy Lewis. Leah Ellen Thompson in after 4 1/3 innings from Taylor Waldrop. Leah Ellen Thompson comes in to try to hold off the Mocs late. Mocs need 2 to tie and send us into extra innings. 3 to get the win. Slow roller towards third. On to first is LaSala, and Weisenbach is retired. That brings up J.J. Hamill with 1 out, nobody on. Hamill 0 for 2. She reached on a fielder's choice back in the 5th. Fly to center, fly to left. She's due. Told you she was due. Hits this one into right center. She's digging for second. Here comes the throw, and she's in. That's a double. Double to center for J.J. Hamill. And now the tying run comes to the plate, and Allie Walker. Walker with a single that drove in 2. In her last at-bat in the 5th, she is 1 for 3 today. Or at least in this game tonight. Walker, a .357 hitter in the early part of this season. And the left-hander digs in. Thomas goes into the wind. Swung on, belted. Over the head of the left fielder, Friels. Rounding third, headed for home is Hamill. Into second with a stand-up double is Allie Walker, and the Mocs have made it a 1-run game. Back-to-back doubles. And Ashley Connor will come up now, the Mocs second baseman. 2 for 3. They've both been singles. And we get a meeting on the mound from Tennessee Tech. Tennessee Tech at 0 and what are they? 0 and 6. They lost. They were shut out by Kennesaw State. earlier today, 3-0. Had a 7-2 lead at one point in time in this one. The Mocs have battled back. It's now a one-run game. It's 7-6. First pitch is down low in the dirt to Connor. Tying run is at second, and Connor represents the winning run. Swung on. High, shallow, charging in is Friels and makes the catch. There's 2 gone. Walker has to hold at second, and the Mocs are now down to their final out. Amanda Beltran with the tying run at second. Beltran has doubled, scored, hit into a double play, and then grounded to third. Lines this one to third. LaSala on to first. Ball game, and Tennessee Tech wins for the first time this season. Beltran's retired, and Tennessee Tech with the 7-6 victory over the Chattanooga Mocs. Chattanooga falls back below 500. They're now 3-4. Tennessee Tech improves to 1-6 on the season. Up tomorrow here in the Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. Action begins inside Frost Stadium at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning when UConn takes on IUPUI. The Mocs will play IUPUI at 1:30, and that'll be followed by the Mocs in Kennesaw State at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Over on Field 1, it's Radford and Kennesaw State at 11, Radford and Tennessee Tech at 1:30, and then UConn and Tennessee Tech at 4 o'clock. So come on out and enjoy some softball at the Chattanooga Challenge presented by Ruby Falls. You can also catch the Mocs action tomorrow here on GoMocs.com. I'll be back with you Sunday morning. Have a little brunch ready, will you? As the Mocs take on UConn, 11:30 scheduled time for the first pitch. Mocs are now 3-4 on the year. Tennessee Tech improves. They are 1-6. That'll do it for us from Frost Stadium tonight. Thank all of you for joining us. This has been Chattanooga Mocs Softball on GoMocs.com.